now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Pumped.
Welcome. I am Unibet Poker Ambassador David Lappin, and I'm here for day 2 of the France Poker Festival from King's Casino in Rozvadov. This has been a massive event. 7 flights taking place from Wednesday through to Sunday morning. 2,252 players. This, of course, is the penultimate day, day 2. We will be playing to a finish tomorrow. We will be playing to 24 players or to the end of level 26, whichever comes first tonight. I'm going to give you a little rundown on the players to begin with. In seat 1, we've got Gunther Vavra. In seat 2, we've got a player going by the name Attila85. In seat 3, we've got Sashman. In seat 4, we've got Jean Lovici. Seat 5, Michael Brando. Seat 6, Andrei Keck. Seat 7, Najib Raji. Seat 8, Brahim Haji. Hope I pronounced that okay. And in seat 9, Fabio Ciano. We have an eclectic mix of nationalities here. Just 2 Frenchmen at the feature table. Of course, this is an open festival. A 270 plus 30 main event. Big French numbers in attendance, but exclusively French, as we can see on screen. Straight into the action here. before I give you a rundown on the chip counts, we shall take a deep dive into what I assume is going to be a big move here from Mikkel Brando. Indeed it is. He's got just 15 big blinds. Dream spot really with the raise and call in front of him. Lots of full equity on this. Lots of exploitation of hands exactly like the one that Gunther Vavra has here, pocket fives. Tough to make the call here for 15 bigs. He's not going to be opening much worse from that seat under the gun, so he's got to ask himself the question, how often would Mikkel Brando be doing this with a smaller pair? The answer is probably not very often, in which case he is flipping at best. I think probably letting this one go is the smart move, and that's what he does. Easy decision here for Sashman behind. He decided to flat a very speculative ace-3 suited pre-flop here from the hijack. Certainly like a call like that with ace-3 suited, maybe on the button or out of the blinds, but from middle position there, sort of paying the penalty really of speculating, with lots of players to act behind, many of whom had shove stacks, one of which was Mikkel Brando, and he gets the shove through. So a very nice pickup without showdown for Brando. Never a bad result with ace-king. So as I said, I want to give you a little sense of the chip counts here at this table. Gunther Vavra has 38 big blinds. He is our chip leader on this table with 1.5 million. Sashman has 31 bigs. That's good for 1.3 million. Fabio Ciano also with 31 bigs. John Levici, 26 big blinds, 1 million. Attila 85, 17 bigs. Andre Keck, 17 bigs as well. Mikkel Brando, 15 bigs, although we've just seen he has increased that tally. Brahim Haji, 15 bigs, and Najib Raji is our short stack with just 10 bigs. So at the risk of making a bold prediction, I think just the pace of this tournament, like it is a generous structure, 50-minute blinds, but with this table, a little shorter on average than other tables in the room, and plenty of sort of sub-20 big blind stacks around. I do expect fireworks here. I expect there to be plenty of shoving, plenty of reshove, as these players look to build stacks good for a day 3 in this prestigious event. So Sashman again keen to get in the mix here, this time with the 10-8 suited. I think we can already deduce that Sashman is a player of the looser variety. Some might choose to let this one go in middle position, but it actually plays pretty well, mixed in at some frequency with some of the better holdings. We see here Andre Keck on the button, clearly maybe having a dynamical read on this situation, thinking King 10 suited could be good for a rejam here. Maybe noticing a high opening frequency from Sashman. In the end, Sashman actually gets the open through, so nice pickup for him. Wins back the chips from the previous hand. Fortune does favour the aggressive in poker, it must be said. So just to give you a little bit of statistical information on this tournament, as I said, 7 flights, 2,254 entries. Day 1A was all the way back on Wednesday, 15 players through that day. Day 1B was on Thursday, 37 made it through that flight. 2 flights on Friday and Saturday. 51 got through the morning flight on Friday, 48 through the evening flight, 72 through day 1E on Saturday morning, while 70 got through 1F last night. And then there was one of those lovely turbo legs that you sometimes see on the morning of the day twos. That was this morning, 1G. 82 players got through that. You can usually put a fairly big bet on a lot more players coming through a turbo leg. Of course, they haven't had their stacks put under pressure for as many hands. The average stack will probably become shallower as a consequence, and therefore more people get through at the same blind level. That was good for 372 players total making day two. While we zoom back in here to the action, we see again Attila 85 under the gun +1 has woken up with the American Airlines here. Sashman keen to be active. He's played all three hands since this feature table started. 3 bets the 7-8 suited. Pretty small 3 bet here. So clearly looking to play a pot in position. Maybe looking to exploit the ace jacks, ace queens, pocket nines that will take passive lines here perhaps. But remember, Attila's playing off just 700k. He's opening off that stack. So it is an optimistic 3 bet, I must say. And one I certainly wouldn't have gone for myself. But Sashman is an aggressive opponent, and I think we're going to see that either pay dividends or we will die by that sword over the next couple of hours. Easy decision here for Attila 85. He has every reason to assume Sashman's actually got a calling hand here. 3 betting him off this stack depth. You would think the vast majority would be 3 bet calls, so no need to slow play the aces. Sashman actually does have one of those annoyingly high equity hands for aces, so maybe Attila, if he could see the hands, I'm sure he would want all the chips in the middle, but it's not the worst outcome if he gets this one through. Again, given how much of the effective stack Sashman has put in already. Remember, if Sashman folds here, which I feel he may do, Attila will have added 40-something% to his stack without showdown. Pretty beautiful situation. But of course, with the aces, you would like action. I imagine Attila thinks Sashman is in the tank here with maybe a hand like ace queen or pocket nines, something like that. Both of which would be more tempting to call, but I think at this point Sashman may be realizing he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Decision now for Attila whether to show the aces or not. Never a terrible decision to show in this spot. I'm not a big fan ever of giving away information at the poker table, but you're not really giving away any information by showing aces there. You wouldn't have played aces any differently. You're not really giving your opponents any insight into what you would do that gives them any value. If it's in your interest to maybe preserve a tight image, sometimes you will see a show in that spot, but either way, a nice pickup for Attila. So as I said, that was 372 players making day two, which started at 4 p.m. today. They've been playing 50-minute levels throughout the day. Bubble burst not too long ago. Now, under the gun, does he want to put his newfound wealth to work? He does not with the 7-8 suited. Well, we know Sashman's going to play pocket nines here. He was willing to play ace-3 and 7-8 suited and 10-8 suited in the 3 previous hands. Nines must look like a super premium in this spot and actually could get him some chips back here. I think players with smaller pairs and reshovable stacks would definitely target Sashman at this point, in which case he could snap off and earn back some of that EV that maybe seeps away when you cultivate the loose image. Vavra with a genuine decision here in the big blind. Obviously, the raise has come in 2.5x from early, but versus one of the looser players, maybe the loosest player on the table from the small sample size we've seen, Queen 10 could be ahead of some hands, certainly could have a larger amount of overall equity, but he does let it go. Sashman gets another raise through. He's been in all four hands so far. I think we have our table captain, ladies and gents. I see Braz Louis in the chat there asking, are there some French people at the table? There are indeed. John Levici and Naji Braji, our short stack, are the two French. We have three Germans, an Austrian, an Italian, a Czech, and a Dane. Sashman now, 5-3 suited under the gun. He finally lets one go. Almost looking to the camera there, looking to me, almost with a cheeky wink and a smile, sort of saying, will I open this one too? Will I be in 5 pots in a row? Lets this one go. Smart decision. As we see here, Jean Levici, one of those French players. Those pocket tens. He's counting out a raise. With the relative stack depths getting shallower and shallower here. I sort of like very small raise sizes here. Min raise plus usually does the job, maybe 85 to 90. That's a nice open size. We have seen some larger sizes come in. Min raise is pretty much okay as well. And we see here he has gone for 90k. Clearly inducing here. There are a lot of shorter stacks around here. Be hoping we'll look down at something not as good as tens and get it in there with them. The action folds all around the blinds now. Fabio Ciano hogging a bit of camera time there with the 10-8 offsuit. Gunter Vavra with the 10-9 offsuit is going to let this one go. We've seen him fold Queen 10 in the big blind the previous hand versus a looser opponent. And Attila with the Jack 5, no good. I think we might well see a raise and take it. So my early prediction for fireworks not panning out as of yet. We have seen a 3-bet with 7-8 suited under the gun +2. So pocket ace is open. That certainly lit the fuse. Let's see if the next few hands bring us some exciting action here at King's Casino Rozvadov. Also in the room today, there is a high roller event. 215 players hopped into that one today. There's about 100 left, I think. I am only guesstimating right now. Last time I looked a half hour ago, it was about 108. So I would guess that they've probably sneaked under the 100 mark now. 26k up top in that one, not too shabby. As you can see here, 91 players remain. A reminder, we will be playing to 24 players left or level 26, whichever comes first. It'll be pretty close between those two things, I reckon. That's roughly 5 hours of play minimum. Or should I say maximum? I suppose if we got to 24 players before that, we might call a halt. I can't see us getting to 24 much sooner than that. Fabio Ciano in the cutoff here is going to open up pocket sevens. And action gets around to Sashman, who we've seen be the aggressor now. Interesting to know, will he decide to also be a loose defender? No, he won't. He lets it go. Dominated, as we can see. by the pocket sevens. Raise and take it for Tabiociano. For those of you keen to follow the storyline of this tournament, tomorrow you will again, it's the same double team as a few short weeks ago. Dara O'Kearney will be jumping into my seat for final day action. The man who literally wrote the book, Endgame Poker Strategy, is going to take you through the endgame of this tournament from 3 tables out. One of the buzzwords, of course, on a final table, or even approaching a final table, is ICM. Well, Dara O'Kearney is a master of ICM and understanding all the different dynamical things that will change the relative values of hands, will force people to do unusual things at times, make big folds sometimes, apply pressure with weak holding sometimes. That's all part and parcel of a fun final day, which you can tune into here tomorrow. As we see another wired pocket pair here, Gunther Vavra has opened up the pocket 4s from the cutoff. Sashman definitely going to get involved with the ace-9, one would think. He may come in for a 3-bet here, he may come in for a flat. Both seem like reasonable options. Oh, and I'm sorry. In fact, Gunther Vavra has a limped here in the cutoff. My apologies. I didn't anticipate a limp off that stack, so I didn't spot it. So Sashman is taking the betting lead now. He makes it 120, and Jean Levici in the big blind has a pocket pair as well. He calls pocket 2s, maybe hoping that Gunther Vavra has limped in here with an intention to call a raise. Sometimes in the mindset of a player is, oh, and he lets it go. Wow. Seems like an absolutely dream set mining spot there with the extra money coming from Levici. Will he rue that mistake? I'm not sure. I think if you're going to limp it in, you definitely want to call there and set mine. You have good visibility in position. But anyway, he let it go, and he would have whiffed this flop, as has Jean Levici. No sets for the 4s or the 2s. Sashman out of position, as he was always going to be from the small blind. Has an opportunity here to apply pressure to the calling range of Jean Levici, but he decides not to. He checks and it goes check, check. We see here absolutely dream turn card here for Levici. He has made his set. Sashman kind of like a c-bet here from Sashman here on the flop, I gotta say. He's got a lot of backdoors there. He's got the ace of spades in his hand. He's got the 8, 9, 10 working for him for potential straight cards on the turn to barrel. Letting this free card come has opened the door for Levici to spike. And that he has done. Question now will be, will Levici play it fast or slow? It looks like he's going to play it slow. And one would think Sashman is capable of a bluff here on the river. Well, look at that. Almost as if Jean Levici has known all the way through how this run out was going to take place. The dream card for Levici here, who must be thinking there's a decent number of ace-x in Sashman's range. You can target these for a big sizing now, I feel. You can go probably 500k, something chunky like that. And he's gone smaller. He's just gone 250. Quick call from Sashman. Obviously, Sashman never getting away once he hits his ace on the river. Jean Levici, I think, could have got more. Certainly think there are two ways to go there on the turn for Levici. He can flat as he did, or he can raise. By flatting, he did allow Sashman to pick up considerable, what he would have assumed was equity and likelihood to have won the hand. So yeah, a little unusual to have seen that check on the flop, it must be said. Having taken the betting lead there, raising it up out of small blind. He had a sort of perfect board, really. What you're looking for in your c-bets is obviously to c-bet your value. You might sometimes find some air to c-bet as well. But what you want is a hand exactly like that, which has a lot of barrel-able turns. Getting tongue twisted here. With a lot of possible straight cards and flush cards. Potentially, he could have approached that hand a little differently with the view to barrel all the good ones. Could also have barreled some big cards as well. Applying pressure to the one pair hands. Wow, well, look at this. Sashman, having taken a body blow in the last hand, having the loosest image of anyone at the table, has now woken up with pocket aces on the button. He's made it a slightly larger sizing. Interesting that he has chosen to do that. He has 2.5 plus X'd. And it looks like he's just going to get it through. I would certainly have thrown out maximum rope there with a min raise. It's got to be said. Bit disappointed, I am sure, not to have gotten more than just the blinds and antes there. With his loose image, he's played probably 80-85% of the hands we've had so far, combined with the fact that he just lost the last pot, which could have made him look a little tilty. I'm sure he was hoping all of those things could have combined to get a loose 3-bet out of somebody, or at least a flat call. But no, he will have to make do with a small chip up there. Back to about 17 bigs for Sashman, who has certainly been the player to watch and the man getting all the TV time right now. A big thank you there to Jay Wisello, who has posted the prize pool and all the relevant data regarding the payouts here in the chat. I'll read it out for you guys in case you're just listening or reading the chat. 90k up top. Not too shabby. Plus, of course, remember, the top 6 players in this one will receive WSOP Europe main event seats. So it's really a 100k prize. Sashman advertising his fold there from the cutoff. Second will take home just over 50k. Third will get 35,600. Fourth will get 25,900. Fifth will get 20,000. Sixth, 15,990, and they are the 6 players who will also receive the WSOP seat. So big ICM, big almost bubble there between 7th and 6th. When that final begins, it's often when we have that bonus seats included. Well, it means the most to the guy in 6th, really, because in relative terms, it adds 70% to his prize. So you can expect it to be somewhat ICM cagey with 9, 8, and 7 left tomorrow. In fact, I do recall Darrow Carney saying that exact thing to me after he commentated on the last event we did together. He said it was super cagey up to and on the bubble of those WSOP Europe seats. Remember, guys, just a €3 buy-in here, so a significant 300 buy-ins for the player who wins this. And according to some of the chat here, Bird says that Attila is a regular to this stream. He has made previous appearances, remembered by the Frankfurt shirt that he's wearing right now. The plus stats right now, these guys get €858. Next ladder is at 89. They get 989. In fact, we might have hit that ladder already. I know we had about 90 left moments ago. In fact, there it is, 89 left. So we have laddered to almost 1K. Not a bad afternoon's work for these guys, but certainly not the price take home now that they're all 5% of this field. Till at 85 with the pocket fives here. Awkward stack for the fives, 23 bigs. Looks like he is going to open it up. Sashman right behind with the queen 4. You can tell he is always trying to find ways to play. And look at this, Michael Brando with the pocket kings. Beautiful spot here. He's playing 17.5 bigs. He can go 2 ways here, it's got to be said. In fact, he could probably go 3 ways. He could shove. It's probably my least favorite option of the 3. He could flat. Flatting could keep in some weaker holdings, so it could induce some squeezes from the blinds and could under-rep the strength of his hand, of course, as well. We see here Andre Keck with the ace-5. That means all the 5s are gone here for the pocket 5s, so not looking good for the set mine. Blinds do fold, and again, a small 3-bet. I like it from Brando. It looks really strong, though. Here's the reality of it, is that when you choose to 3-bet small like that, unless you're a loose player who's constructing a range with some ace-5 suiteds in it, maybe some, I don't know, yeah, probably have to be like wheel aces, that sort of thing. Maybe king X's as well, suited, that sort of thing. Unless you're someone who constructs a range like that to go with your premiums, go with your like jacks plus and ace kings and ace queens, it's hard for it not to appear absolutely clear as day that you are super strong there with that 3-bet. On balance, like the flat, if I'm honest. I think you kind of live dangerously in these situations. By flatting, lots of good things can happen. Blinds can squeeze. Board comes ace high. Okay, you're not loving it, but you're probably going to have to call a street. Figure out where you're at. But there's a lot of situations where the board comes and you get your opponent to barrel off into you. You don't even have to put chips in with aggression. You can find yourself all earn, calling it off pretty happily up against weaker pocket pairs and some bluffs as well. Well, this will be a test of Sashman here. 5-3 suited. We've seen him willing to open all sorts of hands from all sorts of positions. He has exactly 17 bigs. Do not try this at home, ladies and gents. He's hoping to 85k here. Maybe a bet sizing tell as he's gone smart with the weaker holdings. We saw obviously he went bigger with the stronger ones earlier. We watch out. Perhaps he doesn't, and that is a tell that we can deduce from. Andre Keck here on the button. Awkward stack here for Andre. 14 big blinds. Probably got to go. Well, he's thinking about it, and he's probably thinking about it because Sashman is so loose. I think in this situation, Jack 10 suited is a pretty nice 3-bet shove of a slightly larger stack facing a larger stack. But I think given the dynamic that Sashman creates, it actually becomes quite a nice light 3-bet shove. Remember, a lot of the induces will be hands like ace, kings, ace, queens. So actually your hand plays very well against those. Actually doesn't play too badly if your opponent happens to have woken up with aces or kings. One of the better holdings you could have. So, but it looks like he may be considering just a flat call. Fancies playing this one in position. So we are going to play a very shallow spot here with an SPR of 2-1. Well, maybe we're not. Hang on a minute. Brahim Haji, our shortest stack in the tournament right now. Well, not in the tournament, on this fine feature table. He's got just 430k, and we're seeing he's not put it all in. He's put 440 in. Perhaps he's going to just like give himself a moment to have a look around, just in case there's any ladders about. He mightn't know that we've got through this ladder, saving that 30k for a maybe a 30-second tank call. Might buy him a ladder in somewhere else. But what a weird hand we've played here. Opening up the 5-3 suited off the shallow stack. Andre Keck deciding Jack 10 suited was good for a flat, which would have meant playing an extremely shallow post-flop spot, clearly with the intention of going with any equity flopped. And then a dream holding really for Haji, who manages somehow with just 10 bigs to get the squeeze shove through, and a huge pickup there. We see it from 10 bigs to 17 bigs. He's picked up an enormous amount of chips without share. Absolute dream spot. Brahim Haji, who surely expected to be called in at least one spot, if not both. We see there, bottom of the table, Najib Raji, 5 big blinds. He is to make a move soon, or else he's going to blind his way out of this tournament. Remember, 2.5 big blinds disappear every orbit. Hunter Vavra, considering a loose open here. We've seen him play reasonably snug. Jack 9 suited would be on the looser side. Oh, and thank you again to Jay Wasello, who has, I believe, identified me to our chat here as the commentator. I appreciate it, guys. If you showed up late, I am Unibet Poker Ambassador David Lappin. I am here to take you through day 2 coverage from the France Poker Open from King's Casino in Rozvadov. As we see, Michael Brando opens things up with the King-Queen suited. Andre Keck maybe learning the lesson of the connectables there, deciding to let this 7-9 go this time. Brahim Haji now in the small blind with King 10 suited. He has a few more chips to play with. Looks like he has opted for a raise here. Seeing some interesting play here. 3-bet to 520. So he's essentially putting himself all in. He's leaving some chips behind. One psychological trick of this move, and it's something Brahim Haji I'm sure is aware of, and I think a lot of online players are aware of this as well, is when you don't put it all in, you essentially force your opponent to have to go all in over the top, essentially 4-bet rather than call the 3-bet. And even though it doesn't actually make any material difference, you know, the spot is the spot, and when you know your opponent's committed, you know he's committed. But psychologically, a lot of people will be considering their 4-bet range rather than their, you know, calling it off 3-bet range. And that can sometimes take a few pips out of the equation. It is a psychological trick. It shouldn't really matter, but it does matter. And you know, this is part of live poker. This is part of the tricks of the trail. Hi to Who Are You Donkey in the chat. Thank you for joining us tonight. Just in case you were wondering, because I know a lot of people associate these streams with fellow Irishman Fintan Gavin. Well, as far as I know, Fintan is off winning a live tournament somewhere. I can't say which tournament it was, but I spotted it on my Facebook feed before jumping in here. He was certainly chip leader at some point with not too many players left in whatever he's playing today. So best of luck to Fintan out there. I'm sure he is not watching this stream, given the fact that he is probably trying to take down a tournament. You see here, Brahim Haji, who's chipped up nicely over the last couple of hands. He's back to 20 bigs. He's going to open things up here for him in raise with the King 10 offsuit. Pretty standard here on the button. Gunther Vavra has got a clear as day defend, but we've seen him play fairly tight. We've seen him fold a couple of hands that one would have expected calls from, both in the blinds and after limp facing a raise. So will not what he will do, but he does indeed call. Again, pretty easy decision here against the button range. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. That's some trouble here for Gunther Vavra. Brahim Haji, as you can see, has flopped Broadway. He's also got the 10 of diamonds for a cheeky little royal draw. Gunther Vavra looks like he might be leading out on this scary board. Well, Brahim Haji has a decision now of 2 ways to go. He obviously has a virtual lock on the hand. Obviously, the King of Diamonds or, you know, possibly 2 pairs in the hand of Vavra have equity. But with a virtual lock and, you know, potentially up against hands like the one he is facing that has 3%, he's got to go slow here, and that he does. He recognizes the spot. Gunther Vavra now put himself in quite a difficult position here by leading out this flop. This is not a big blind defend leading range flop. This is definitely, even though you have the ace, this is definitely a board where you want to check to the pre-flop aggressor. Definitely make the call. Remember, he's got the 5 of diamonds in his hand as well. So he thinks he has a chance of winning this one. But by taking the betting lead, he has really achieved nothing here other than to fall right into the trap of Brahim Haji, who must be licking his lips right now. Now facing a second barrel, woke up and strengthen Gunther Vavra's range in the eyes of Brahim Haji. Will he decide he has an opponent who's willing to get it all in with him now? Because remember, potentially scare cards come. If the 7 of diamonds rolls off here on the turn, or sorry, on the river, that could cost him some action. So he may well be thinking, do I get it all in now? Is now when Gunther Vavra will call it all in? Of course, if he could see the hands, he would definitely flat. Either way, I like this decision to go into the tank. This can convey hesitation. It can convey to your opponent maybe a hand like King Queen, King Jack, Queen 10. All of these hands would have raised pre and called. Looks like we have gone for a very small raise here. Oh no, not too small, sorry, 550. So effectively, again, putting himself in. Hadji, in this spot, the psychological trick sort of works the other way. I wanted to just lay him the price and not make him think about what 3-betting turn range he would have here. But in any case, Gunther Vavra has put himself in an awful spot here. He has misplayed the hand. Nothing wrong with the pre-flop call, but leading flop and turn on this texture, a blunder, it must be said. And either way, he has paid dearly. The question is, will he pay even more dearly and call off this remaining 380k plus the 90k, of course, that Hadji has kept back? That is effectively in there as well, remember. Gunther Vavra is now thinking, could his ace be good right now? And is he facing a big diamond bluff in the hand of Hadji? He's thinking to himself, even if I'm bad right now, is my 5 of diamonds good if it hits? If he's up against a hand like Ace Jack, Queen Jack, Ace King, Ace 10. If the Ace King and Ace 10 don't have the 10 of diamonds or the King of diamonds in them, that 5 of diamonds could provide a way to win on the river. And he shows it, which I really hate as well, because he's really kind of given away the game that he has played his hand so strangely, so unorthodoxly. And it has cost him dearly in this hand, but not as dearly as it might had he called off some more chips there. As I said, Brahim Hadji had a decision of whether to get more chips in the pot there on the turn before a potential scare card came, or to call again, throw a little more rope at his opponent. A valid decision. He decided to go for the raise. Don't mind it at all. Probably lean slightly in favor of the call, but certainly don't mind it. Remember, leading out twice there does convey a lot of strength. He had every reason to believe he might have found a call. We see there Jean Levici made his way to the top of the table. Brahim Hadji, precipitous rise over the course of the last 4 hands, I think, 3 or 4 hands. He has been involved in all of them. A beautiful spot when he had 10 bigs to pick up 7 bigs. Another nice spot moments later where he got a squeeze through to pick up another 4 or 5 bigs uncontested. And again, we didn't get to see his hand, remember, no showdowns, and he has made his way over the course of those 3 hands. 1.4 million now. Jean Levici, one of the gun 1, decides King 9 suited is good for a raise. Levici will be feeling it right now. He's chipped up nicely over the course of this featured table. Average stack in the room, probably around 1.2 million. Maybe a little north of that. 30 big blinds. He has 1.8 million. As the action folds round to Attila, who someone on the stream a moment ago recognized as a regular perhaps here in Rozvadov. Attila 85 here with the reasonable defend option here, Jack 10. And that he does. Gutter here for Attila. Top pair and some backdoor straight draws for Levici. This is the kind of king you might consider checking back. Sometimes in your check back range to protect it, you want to put some top pair hands in, you want to put some strong hands in, and a weak kicker like a 9, but one that also connects with the 8 and the 7 is sort of the perfect one to check back in this situation, because it can take heat down the streets, no matter what the run really. And it also protects the weaker checks that might be in your range. In this instance, Levici has decided to fire out 100k. So he's decided a sort of 40% bet is the order of the day. And that will take down the pot. A couple of minutes left on this level. And with no eliminations on this feature table, that means that the average stack at this table, which was already on the low side, will be even lower. See, there are 79 players left. Jolovici, well, the rich get richer. He looks down at the pocket aces under the gun. Michael Brando, pocket sixes. You'd certainly love to reshift this hand over a late position open. Looks like he's gone for a flat, which is a really, really wonky way to play this hand, I gotta say. You're not going to like the vast majority of boards. You see there, a 6 has been folded, so the likelihood we know of a 6 coming is reduced again. But like set mining, board mining, 6s with so many players to act behind, I think this is just an easy fold, particularly off this stack. Gunter Vavra now on the button with a much more interesting holding. Jack 10 suited. He's playing 21 bigs. Would certainly consider a flat here. No, he lets it go. Attila will throw away the Jack 3, and we'll see what holding maybe in the big blind here for the chances of a multi-way pot. Sashman, and it's suited. It's suited here for Sashman. He's only got 13 bigs. It's about to become 10 bigs when these blinds go up in a couple of moments' time. So he may decide he wants to call here and maybe get a piece and go with it. Certainly like a fold, and he does fold. So now we have Jean Levici's aces against Michael Brando's 6s. And again, Michael Brando, he may get lucky here, but this is not a good regardless of the outcome. Terrible board for the 6s. Most of the boards were going to be this bad, Michael. Not a great board for Jean Levici, it's got to be said, with the pocket aces. There's a lot of stuff there connecting with the king, jack, and 10 that can and should be in the hand of Michael Brando. As it happens, not this time, and a small c-bet will do the job. Thank you to Who Are You Donkey in the chat. We appreciate you stopping by. Also appreciate the fact that it is getting quite late. It's 11:40 where I am at Central European time. If you're in the UK, it's 10:40. Of course, a lot of people out there will be mid-Sunday grind. A lot of good games all across the internet tonight. I imagine a lot of players will be still not just playing, but still registering for games. That is what I would be doing if I wasn't here with you guys covering this event. But it is a pleasure to be here and to watch these guys duke it out for what will be by tomorrow some serious money at stake. Remember, a 300 buy-in, 2,254 players. When you include the WSOP Europe seat that is included for the top 6, first does get 6 figures here. Well, as we look at this hand, Brahim Haji has raised it up with the king queen off from mid position, and Gunter Vavra in the cutoff looks to have called. Vavra likely to be in a bit of a guessing game here, an offsuit ace-10. If he hits the 10 or the ace, he's not going to necessarily know where he is. Calling with players behind. I'm not a huge fan of this flat, to be honest. Novici in the big blind with the perfect big blind defender, really. Jack 10 suited. The type of hand you want to see there when you're getting half price. And a very interesting board here. They've all caught a piece. Ace, King, Jack, 2 clubs. We see Jonovici with the bottom pair gutter. Brahim Haji, our pre-flop aggressor, has middle pin gutter. And Gunter Vavra, obviously, top pair gutter. And he's also got the backdoor clubs working for him. Gunter Vavra definitely not going away on this board. You just can't. If you're going to call a hand like ace-10, which I wouldn't, you certainly can't give up to one bet here, particularly a small bet like it is, 65k from Brahim Haji, who I have to say I really like so far. Of all the players so far at this feature table, he has played the deftest. He has had the cutest bet sizings, perhaps the best awareness of what's going on around him with some well-timed 3-bet shoves. I do like a small sizing here. It's definitely a board where the pre-flop aggressor should range bet, even into 2 players, I think. And even though his hand probably doesn't want to bet, it's nice to be able to fire out small there. Hard to get raised when you can have aces, kings, ace, king, that kind of thing. Fairly blanky 5 here on the turn. After all players call, remember everyone with a piece here. Well, third club. Certainly clubs could be in all players' ranges, but in reality, everyone just has enough equity to probably check this one down. Vavra probably keen to get to showdown here with his ace-10. Novici mucks, Brahim Haji mucks. Gunter Vavra will pick up a nice 585k pot. Hard to imagine he could go for value there. Maybe he could. Maybe he missed a small street of value on the river. Question is whether a king, queen, or a jack 10 would have called. A good chance neither would have, but when you've got ace 10 and that much passivity before you, you could ask yourself the question, well, would ace queen be in check call mode? Maybe they would. Would king jack be in check call mode? Maybe it would. But possibly you could target a weaker ace or a hand like king queen for a very small bet. We're talking maybe 25% pot there. That's a small note, and certainly don't hate the check back, I gotta say. The danger, of course, when you do a bet like that, which screams of thin value, is you open the door for a thinking player to turn their hand into a bluff and That's a bit of a disaster when that happens, so that may have been playing into his decision as well. We see Andre Keck here with King Jack under the gun. I think he's got to go with this. He's got 10 bigs. The big blind and the big blind ante are about to get him. So he's got to go. Oh, wow. Okay. Really don't like that from Keck, I got to say. He's got 9.5 big blinds. It's sort of a dream spot, really. King Jack suited a pretty hand. Gets that in. Blinds don't get him. Now the blinds are going to get him next hand. He's going to find himself with, 7 bigs in just a moment's time. I think that might have been a little braver there. Najib Raji, our short stack, who has patiently rocked this short stack for a couple of orbits, got to be said, has finally decided, well, Undergun won. The blinds are about to get him as well. And remember, if they get him, he's basically blinded out of the tournament. So King 9 definitely good enough. I do like this decision to shove the King 9. Remember, even shoving 4.5 bigs here, he is protected by the fact that people will want to put 4.5 bigs in if there's players behind who cover them. So he actually gets some folds from better hands all the way around. Got round to Levici, the big stack with the Queen 6. And actually he's going to get it through Brando with the 7-3. So a fantastic result for Najib Raji to not even have to go to showdown. Pick up 125k. He's got himself back to 7 bigs now. He'll still be looking for a spot under the gun here very next hand, but a great outcome when that gets round, and just shows how the King Jack suitor really needed to take the bull by the horns there. Exactly what he's thinking now, lamenting his previous decision to fold the King Jack suited and wait for a better day. Well, better days don't always come in poker, and when you've only got a couple of orbits left with your stack, a spot like that does actually seem pretty nice. King Jack suited, likely to be in very good shape against some of the calling range too, remember. Some pocket 9s, pocket 10s might call him, some ace queens might call him. So even when called, there's hope to double up to a 20 big blind plus stack and then be properly back in this tournament. As it happens, we're going to see if he gets punished for that mistake now. If the blinds go through him here and he's really left short going into the next orbit. Not that there's anything wrong with, folding your blinds. If you didn't have a proper hand to go with, I certainly wouldn't be recommending going light, but King Jack suited was a little too tasty there. The shorter you get in tournament poker, of course, the more plus EV spots do crop up. That is the one consolation to allowing your stack to dwindle. Levici, interesting hand here on the button with the Queen 7-0, computer hand. Probably going to open things up, I would imagine, given his chip lead and the tightness of the players behind him. He's probably looking at the fact that they both have reshove stacks. Brando with the 5-7. Just folds to Andre Keck. What are we seeing? Queen deuce. Well, he has a queen, which is a very big card. Rates to be the best of two hands. He's playing 10 big blinds, 11 big blinds effective. Seems like a pretty easy decision to just stick it in there. Once you see the queen, you don't have to look at the two. Maybe he looked at the two first. But Queen 2 rates to be the best of the two hands. I'm very surprised that that did not go all in, blind v blind. So, again, a bit of an illustration of how shallow our feature table is relative to the room. Average stack in the room right now, 1.5 million 30 big blinds. So we've only got about 2 players who have 30 big blinds or more at this table, and actually quite a lot of players with 10 big blinds or less. Maybe 12 or 13 big blinds or less. Attila here with the ace-8, considering a 13.5 big blind shove. Possibly considering a cheeky open. Sometimes an option there. I like the fold, I gotta say. Sashman, who was our table captain and played almost every hand for an orbit or so at the beginning, has been quiet since. A run of bad hands will do that. Action folds around to Andre Keck, who was gifted a walk in the previous hand. And now faces his own rather speculative spot here. Jack 3. Probably got to go with it here. 10 big blinds. He can pick up 2.5 bigs. A lot of folds will come. Jack 3 rates to be. What are we seeing here? Okay, wow. You see here, in this case, Raji didn't even have a better hand. 10-9 certainly would have gone in the muck. And yeah, I think we need some charts, some short stack charts for these boys. Definitely all playing a little too cautiously, it must be said, off these shallow stacks. There are chips to be won out there. You're playing against a random hand there, and you look down at some paint. You've got 10 bigs or less. It's not really a decision, it's got to be said. And furthering my point there, only Jean Levici has more than the tournament average right now. Everybody else below it. This is a shallow table. We haven't lost anybody on this table for an hour now. And they were already a shallow table to begin with. So again, I predicted fireworks. I predicted a lot of bust outs. A lot of showdowns. It hasn't come. Everyone's playing a little tippy-tappy right now. There is certainly an overriding conservative dynamic at this table. Sashman, let's go the ace-3 off. Like that. Ace-2 off. Different situation for Jean Levici here. I think he's going to open this up. It's a really nice blind steal. I want to just bet this blocker here for the minimum. 100k, 105k. Try and take down the blinds and antes. You might get priced in against one of these guys who has 7 bigs, who's really short, but that's it, really. Everyone else. Brando's probably going to go with his hand here. Feels like he should. He's flatting. My goodness. My goodness, what are we watching here? Andre Keck now. Again, off larger stacks. I understand a flat with ace-10. I'd understand a flat with queen-jack suited, but it's a very strange flat off this stack by Brando. Looks like Keck may stick it in here with the queen-jack suited. Is that what we're about to see? Again, I would like this if he had 14 bigs, 15 bigs, something with some fold equity, but it's just all a bit awkward. Certainly defend out one of the blinds with this, getting a discount and fewer players behind. I don't think you can flat this off 10 bigs. Doesn't seem good. This is what he's about to do, though. So we are playing some very strange pots, it must be said, off some very shallow stacks. Players certainly extracting some playability from stacks I would have felt were sort of all in or fold stacks, it must be said. Michael Brando, who flatted the ace-10 here, like, we're now looking at a stack to pot ratio of less than 1 for 2 of these players. Rahim Haji and Levici can play it quite deep. Levici's taking the lead with the deuce ball here. Haji's got no piece of this, he checks. Keep an eye on Haji, though, for the turn here. On this sort of board, he can definitely represent more so from the big blind. So another small card on the turn. Don't be too surprised if Haji takes a stab. He might sense weakness from all of his opponents. That would be my read on this situation. He's saying, there we go. That's the perfect card for Haji. Love a bet here. Brilliantly recognizing that his 3 opponents probably all have high cards, given that with such a shallow stack to pot ratio, they all would have bet if they had something on this flop. anyone had an overpair, anyone had a pair. And this is just great recognition. And I have to say, I called it early. Hadji, definitely a man who pays attention to these situations, definitely understands board textures. No, this is his board. With the King 10, with one of the lowest equity hands of the 4, he has turned rags to riches there. Great play from Brahim Hadji, just showing how calling from the big blind, you don't have to make your hand, you just have to have that understanding of board texture and dynamics. Huge pickup for Hadji. Must be said, poor poker from some of the other guys there. Brando, Keck, making those flat calls, cut off and button. Really don't like those flats. Like them at all, I gotta say. And happy in a way to see good poker rewarded when there was some bad poker out there. I see some criticism from the chat here as well. I know I'm being quite critical here, guys. And, you know, I want to give my honest takes on this. I appreciate this is a $300 buy-in. This is not a 10K buy-in. But there has been some weak passive poker, it must be said. And, well, everyone has the right, of course, to play their hands whatever way they wish. And I'm going to try not to be too harsh on anybody here. They've all got quite deep in this tournament and done quite well. I do want to give you a critical analysis of what's taking place here. Like this shove from Keck, he's got 6.5 bigs, 7.5 bigs. And it looks like he will get it through. Get himself back up to 10 bigs clean with the ace-10. See here, Caskello69 in the chat says live players don't know how many blinds they have standard. That's sometimes the case. Certainly with some recreational players, there will be a lesser awareness of stacks on maybe the stack sizes around them and the sort of relative playability of different stack sizes. I think that's probably true. I'd say these guys do have a reasonable sense of their stack size, but maybe they don't quite fully all understand the weapons that one possesses with each stack size. Certainly a couple of strange hands there might reveal a few leaks. Again, I want to remind you guys, 2,254 players entered these tournaments, and these guys have got down to the final 72, the final 8 tables. So credit where credit is due for, one would assume, some good poker over the last day and a half. But I am going to do my best to be politely critical with some of the stuff I see. If it helps you guys in the chat, you guys have feedback. Maybe you think I got it wrong. I am all ears. Caskello follows up there. Half the table don't know their 10 big blind shove ranges. I'm inclined to agree with you there. But I am also inclined to think that when players have made it this far in a tournament, and they just, you know, the idea of maybe shoving the queen deuce or the jack 3 blind v blind, they just don't want that to be their last hand. I think that's psychologically the reason. It's not a good way to think. Don't get me wrong. I am not advocating for it or overly defending it. I just think it's possibly the reason why some people will not put it all on the line with a, you know, a weak holding that is actually not relatively weak when it's a blind versus blind situation. It's actually relatively strong. But because it's an ugly queen deuce or jack 3, They just don't want to be seen to be playing that as their final hand. I think that's kind of what happens. Anyway, we see here Najib Raji, who has played patiently with this short stack, got one shoved through about 15 minutes ago. Blinds came through him again, so he's back to 7 bigs. Shoves the ace deuce. Close one here with the queen jack, it's got to be said. I think if these guys were all playing with a quite a loose dynamic, I think the queen jack is a call, and I don't think you would be thinking too hard about it. But I think maybe Gunther, to give him his credit, maybe recognizing that there is a tightness about Najib Raji, who clearly is, quote unquote, waiting for a good spot. You know, he's obviously found something that I'm going to guess is quite low down on his own range there with the ace-2. But I think Vavra maybe correctly recognizing that he was up against somebody who was genuinely waiting for a decent hand to get it in with them, and therefore ascertained that the queen jack would be not as good a shape as it might be against another opponent. Chi thinks they are all playing way too tight. I think a couple of the players aren't. I think Sashman, we certainly saw early on when he had a slightly bigger stack, was very willing to play pretty loose. We've seen a couple of reasonably loose opens from different seats. We've seen Haji play very well, I think, and this has, again, certainly the player I think is the one to watch here at this table. Sashman obviously going to stick in the ace-king here. Be surprised if he constructs a raising range, although that is exactly what he's going to do. In fact, looks like he's limped. Oh, this is weird. This is a little back to front now, I gotta say. Sashman, who has been super aggressive, opening loads, admittedly quiet for an orbit or maybe an orbit and a half, down to pretty poor holdings, it must be said. But it makes not much sense, it's got to be said. That will be sending alarm bells around the table here. He's limping off 10 bigs. He's essentially allowing people to get in and crack his ace-king. What he really wants to be doing is just shoving his 9 bigs, his 9.5 bigs, whatever it is, and hoping that there's an ace-jack or an ace-queen behind, hoping that he might get some, small pairs to fold, which is a good bit of exploitation. But he has actually found, wow. Okay, well, I better shut up because I have called it wrong here. Sashman going for the trappy limp. I didn't like it, I must say, off 10 bigs. I still don't really like it, but it has worked. It has set the trap for Najib Raji. Sashman's going to snap this off. Love being 70-30 favourite, and if he holds, he's going to feel very vindicated by that decision to trap the ace. And in goes the one-chip call from Sashman. Najib Raji obviously hoping there was some limp folds in Sashman's range there. Perhaps there are. Perhaps he tries to balance a limping under the gun range of 10 bigs. Who am I to know? But dynamically, in the moment, Najib Raji, who has been pretty patient, who has sort of bided his time, waited for, reasonable shove range type spots to get it in with, has fallen into this trap. Sashman has trapped him, it's got to be said. We see there 82%. That obviously reflects some 5 being out of the deck now, because he would have roughly 30% equity with the ace-5. Not a lot there. He's got the 3-4 or the 5 to give him a semblance of hope. Pairing the 10 or the 7 wouldn't be bad either. That is no good. It is a 5 and a 5 alone, and we know one of the 5s is gone. So that is it. We say goodbye. The first player eliminated, would you believe it, after over an hour's play on this feature table. One of the shortest tables in the room, but everybody just cockroach stuck around till there was 72 players left. We see there, he's actually gone out in 72nd, I think, or maybe he just got the ladder. I hope for his sake he managed to get the cheeky little ladder, an extra 200 bucks in his coffer. Didn't, and there's only 71 left. He will be lamenting not maybe just taking a few more seconds or doing that Haji trick of putting almost all his stack in a few moments ago rather than all of it, and then giving himself at least an extra 30 seconds to get the ladder. In any case, a happy man, Sashman, and a man I believe we are going to see open up his game now, because he was very willing to play when he had 20 bigs or more, and he's back to that stack now. So I think we are going to see Sashman, whose trap worked, it must be said. I was critical of it. I don't like it. I think it's a little too dicey, to be honest. But hook, line, and sinker, the man caught his fish. And now that he's got 20 big blinds, I reckon he's going to be here to battle. And we see there 71 left. So indeed, it looks like 72nd place and no ladder for the fallen. All of these players now guaranteed 1,188 euros. Good for roughly 4 buy-ins. Rahim Haji decided the 6-4 suited is the right balancer here. It's good to have some hands like 5-6 suited, 6-7 suited, 8-7 suited, these kinds of hands mixed in some frequency off these stacks because it gives you some board coverage. I think if you're opening all your 6-4s, you're definitely opening too much. There's not any significant ICM pressure on any of these guys yet, remember. 71 left. Nobody's really sweating these, couple of $100 ladder jumps. They certainly shouldn't be. Oh, and Sashman looks down at a premium. Ace Queen. I'd be very surprised to see him flat here. I think we're going to see a 3-bet. Well, looks like 265. It is 265. And Brahim Haji possibly feeling now like he's got his hand caught in the cookie jar. Also maybe feeling like it was probably a bad person to target into his big blind with this loose open now on reflection. Sashman, emboldened by that last hand, would be here to play dynamically from what we saw earlier. And that might mean, guys, that Brahim Haji is legitimately going to consider 4-bet shoving this 6-4 suited as a loose 4-bet. No, he's there and thinks there's better ways to skin a cat here. There's softer chips on the line. I think he's probably recognized that there's a general tightness around the table and he can exploit that with just like looser opens like the one he just did. It didn't work out that time, but I do think he was genuinely giving some pause and consideration, thinking Sashman was exactly the type of person who would just double up, see 20 big blinds and think, I'm going to 3-bet the next hand. In which case 6-4 suited, suddenly looks not too bad for a 4-bet shove. I don't know. Such are the considerations when there's a laggy dynamic at the table, particularly with just a couple of the people. In case hand did actually play out more standard in the end. Fabio Ciano. Wow. Fabio Ciano obviously just feeling maybe the pressure of sort of coming into this feature table, one of the bigger stacks, and sort of blinding away really. Like he's picked up no decent hands, has obviously decided that he will get a lot of credibility, he will get a lot of credit if he does choose to open a hand. Excuse me. And he's decided that 7-3 off, as bad a hand as you can really find in poker, is going to be good for a cheeky open here from the hijack. Sashman with the ace-10 has given him credit, and it has worked. So Ciano, not a hand selection I would recommend. Definitely do not try this at home, guys. But I think maybe to give him some credit, recognizing that his tight image, his just sheer card deadedness, it's got to be said, for the last while, has meant that he could open up to a kind of a larger sizing there as well. He went sort of 2.7x. Pure blind steal, obviously, with the 7 high. A little cheeky smile here. Sashman and he obviously having a little chat. Sashman may be telling him that he let the ace-10 go. But yeah, definitely not a move you would want to overdo. Maybe not a move you want to do at all, but credit to Chiano for maybe recognizing that dynamically people would be putting him on quite a tight range there, and a pure blind steal from the hijack would just keep his head above water, keep him above the 20 big blind mark. Strange fold by the ace-10, don't you think? From Light here in the chat. But yeah, I think relatively to what we've seen, the ace-10 would have seemed like a pretty much a premium hand to Sasha. But the large open size, I guess, and being out of position, and the fact that he made the large open size means that the 3-bet has to be bigger, and out of position has to be bigger again, which means you're actually putting quite a lot in to test your opponent out. Flatting, you're going to be playing out of position, so, and not necessarily with the best hand. So I think probably on balance actually a good fold from Sashman, but we see that it was wrong in this instance, and we're also maybe a little surprised because he has been the keenest player maybe to put chips in the pot light. Gunther Vavra has raised it up here to 130k, 2.6x. Large sizing here from the hijack with the ace-8. Attila, very easy decision here with the Django's. He's got 11 bigs. No other way to play this, really. He's just hoping that Vavra has a hand that can call. Levici tosses the 9-10 suited. Quick fold by Brando in big blind with 10-5. And Vavra doesn't really have a call here. The problem he has made for himself is he's made a large size pre. So it's now only just over 400k to call. He's getting pretty much 2-1. And he's probably got it. Actually, if we look at the stats here, he needs to be about 31%, and he has about 31%. So he's actually sort of made himself a spot where he can call it. Now, I definitely don't like the call because I think you should put a premium on those chips. Those chips in your stack give you more weapons for future hands. So I don't think you just want to gamble it up here for half your chips. I think there's a few other considerations as well. One of the main ones being, if you do rate yourself in the tournament, calling when you just exactly have the price is basically a break-even play long term. And if you only make break-even plays, you'll be a break-even player. So if you universalize that decision and you don't at least put a few percent premium on what you need in a tournament structure, you're sort of throwing chips away as a poker player. But sort of the weakness of the 2.6 open there, I think if he makes it 2.1, 2.2, I don't think it really doesn't get the job done in the same way. And, he saved himself half a big blind when that happens. And doesn't lay himself the annoying price. So a lot of good reasons. Giano, the 7-3. He liked the 7-3 moment ago. The 6-3 is no good from under the gun one. Lighter said he doesn't like that Vavra shows one of his cards. Yeah, he showed the ace a couple of times now, I think. And he's that is giving away information, I guess. That's giving away the information that when I have an ace, I won't call you off. At some level, you want to make the guy think, well, if I can get in the right price with an ace, because I know I'll be 30-something%, I'm going to call you off because that's, if the guy thinks he has fold equity, he's more inclined to do it. So I got to say, huge agreement there. While earlier on I was advocating for maybe showing the aces not being a bad thing, I think showing the one ace in that spot, definitely not a good ploy. So, nice comment there. Jean Levici on the button is opening it up with the 10-7. Andre Keck, the 8-5. It's a tough one here. Certainly, if the 8-5 suited or even the 8-6 feels like it would be a defend. Basically, with this short stack, you're looking to call, find some equity, and maybe even stop go it. Eight-5 off, just a little uglier. Probably a reasonable candidate to fold. Yeah. So Keck is getting perilously short there. We saw him get the ace-10 through a few moments ago. He's going to have to find a spot this orbit if he doesn't want to play the following orbit with a 5 big blind stack, which of course doesn't have too much fold equity. Gunter Vavra pondering quite some time there with the king-8. Can't believe there was any real decision. Sashman, 24 bigs and ace-5. Certainly wouldn't have been surprised if he went for a little cheeky blind steal there. He sees that 1.2 million in his stack is a little precious right now, maybe. Not quite showing the gears of earlier on. Little Brando, easy decision to shove here with the queen-8 suited. He's got just 6.5 bigs. He has elected to min raise instead. Bizarre. Keck's definitely got to go with his king-queen suited. This is a dream spot in the small blind. Got a hand that just got to be in great shape. Brando, is he going to actually raise fold off 7 bigs? Not even 7 bigs. 6.5 big blinds, and I think we're about to see a raise fold here, guys. This is wild stuff. Wild stuff from Mikkel Brando, who is literally raise folded and called his entire stack off. We saw him come into this feature table with a reasonable stack, but he is now sitting with 4.5 bigs, and I gotta say, not sure what he's at. Queen-8 suited. Gotta just stick it in there. I know it wouldn't have worked out and he'd have been up against the queen and dominated, but it's long term, it's gotta be the right play. Raise folding, my goodness. Thanks for all the comments. Light 1208, we've really appreciated you here in the chat. Always great to have some people willing to share their opinions on whatnot. That goes for all of you guys out there now. Someone will have to take the baton up from him and offer some analysis alongside my own. Remember, guys, we are playing to 24 players or the end of level 26. So that is this level plus 4 more. 50-minute levels, so we'll be here for quite some time. We're not going anywhere. So put on the kettle, crack open a beer, and enjoy the remainder of Day 2 coverage from me, Unibet Poker Ambassador David Lappin, at Day 2 of the France Poker Festival from King's Casino in Rozvadov. Ibrahim Haji. Looks like he limped in here with the ace-4. Possibly with the intention to limp shove himself, but in fact Ciano has sort of moved that option and has just gone for the shove, which certainly makes calling off ace-4 a lot less appealing. I think he was probably hoping for Ciano to make it 150, 175, and then he could shove with fold equity, a nice spot. But Ciano actually just decided, actually, I'm going to just put these 21 bigs in your eye. Don't hate the limp there from Ibrahim Haji. I think that plan to limp shove that hand is the perfect candidate. You want to do that with your stronger hands and hands exactly like the ace-4, the ace-5, the ace-3, the ace-2. So I think it was a reasonable plan, but a clunky big shove from Chiano sort of removed that option. You also get to, it goes complete call, and then you get an ace high board. Your opponent picks up second or third pair and doesn't necessarily put you on an ace because you didn't raise pre. So it's nice to have some aces in your limping range, even just for board coverage down the streets too. 69 players remain. Nice. Ace Jack suited here under the gun for Attila 85. Decision whether he should shove here or not. 16 big blinds. It would be quite a large shove. I like an open. I think he should probably construct an open folding range actually with this particular holding, because he's coming from under the gun. He gets a lot of credibility. Ace Jack would actually end up being quite low on that range. Instead, he does decide to shove it. Can't imagine shoving Ace Jack suited for 16 bigs isn't a profitable play. Not sure it's the most profitable way to go about this hand, but seems reasonable. He's unlikely to be called by worse ever, so sort of the value of it is he gets to maybe force folds from hands like 7s and 8s who are just behind him. And he gets folds from 4s and 5s and 6s in later position. Caskello's asking me if I'm playing any upcoming online series. Actually, no. I've got a lot of live poker in my near future, it's got to be said. I do play online poker 2 to 3 days a week these days. Used to be a full-time grinder. Used to put in sick hours. Got to say, between 2007 and 2014 or so, I was a 50, 60 hour a week online grinder. My life has split into different poker facets over the years. Obviously, these days I'm podcasting. I have a podcast called The Chip Race. I'm a Unibet Poker ambassador, and I'm splitting my time between playing live and online, as well as a bit of writing. So, a much more diverse way of life these days. At the moment, live poker, I guess it's just that's the theme, isn't it? Live poker has returned in a big way to Europe. We saw that, of course. I was at the King's Casino in Prague, not the one in Rozvadov, but the one in Prague, just a couple of weeks ago, playing Eureka and EPT festivals. Gotta say, tremendously well done by Kings and Poker Stars putting on that event. As we see here, Brando shoves the pocket tens. He's only got 4.5 bigs. He may well get looked up here by Chiano on the button. Can't imagine he will. Certainly in the big blind, you might consider a loose call here with a couple of broadways. I think on the button against Brando, remember, who has been especially tight. I think this has got to be an easy enough fold, if I'm honest. Kind of a gambly one if Chiano decides to go for it. Is he going to isolate shove? He's going to just call, and if he calls, he's probably priced in against the guys behind. Gunter Vavra now with the 9-4, quick fold, and we will see if Attila in the big blind has a hand that can look him up for 185k. He's getting 2-1. Jack 7 is pretty close. It's pretty close. These are precious chips to Attila, though. Quarter of his remaining stack, and that's kind of the point here. And actually quite a lot of fold equity, relatively. Brando probably wanted the call, to be fair. He woke up with a big hand. But he'll have to make do with the blinds and antes this time around. Yeah, I was in Prague, Caskello. It was a really fun time. That was my first trip of this year. And I have a lot more live poker on the horizon. I'm conscious now, and it's the one note been given to me by the organisers here is don't mention other live brands, so I won't get myself fired here on the stream by doing so. But just imagine what a number of the upcoming live festivals are around Europe over the next 6 weeks, 7 weeks, and I will certainly be at all of those, or at least be at one at a time. Some weeks there's more than one in the week, and you have to make a choice. But yeah, I'm going to be doing some live proing for the next few months, and of course Vegas in the summer. Everything kind of building to that. In online series terms, uni with the UOS, which comes up quarterly. And that's sort of the only one I really grind hard, to be honest. As I said, only playing 2 to 3 days a week these days. Studying a lot, I must say. I still put in a lot of study time. Don't want the game to get rusty just because I'm not putting in the reps on the tables. Great question. Do you think it's sustainable to go around the live events, or would you need SATs and packages? Well, I think, firstly, satellites are a great option. Usually soft tournaments online, great way to satellite into the live festival that you want to go to. Hugely reduces expenses because you might win a package with hotels, where you get the main event buy-in or whatever you've managed to win along the way. So no, I would certainly recommend, if you are going to play the live tournament circuit, to figure out what games you're going to and what sites you can play online to win satellites into those things. That makes a lot of sense as a general rule. That's a very clever way to do things. Yes, I do think, this is a short answer, that you can make a living for playing live poker on the tournament circuit. It is very, very high variance, though. Buyer beware. Tournaments are super swingy, super high variance, but they're also the one place in poker where you can actually carve out 50 to 100% ROIs in tournaments. It's just those kind of ROIs don't exist online anymore, really, but they do exist in a live setting. So even though there is substantial cost and expenses attached to traveling the circuit, and I should also point out, as a sponsored pro, that is a big difference for me. I did it for a lot of years when I wasn't a sponsored pro. I became a Unibet ambassador in 2015. Before that, it was certainly tougher, and probably the edges were effectively skinnier then. But as a poker ambassador, obviously my presence on the live circuit is important for that brand. So I do try and get myself out there. Great question, though. Really appreciate it. Essendon asked me, am I playing the upcoming ones in Malta? Well, yes, I am living in Malta. As we see here, Sashman making the nuts. He's not going to get paid here by Ibrahim, who only has the pocket sevens. Loads coming up in Malta, it must be said. Oh, wow, he does get called in one spot. So, big pot now, 975k, almost a million. Sashman's going to stick it all in here. No other move, really. It's only 70% of pot. Ibrahim Haji just looking at a miserable board. Cannot find a call there. Does not find a call there. Sashman moves up to 1.7 million. He will be delighted. Shows the nuts. Ibrahim Haji. He's down to 16 or 17 bigs now. Yeah, Malta is a great country for live poker. It does seem like all the tours want to come here for at least one stop a year. And as such, with live poker opening back up in Europe, there are a glut of events here over the next few months. And I will be playing all of them. In fact, I'm playing one next week. I think Thursday of next week, there is a festival here and there's a 2K high roller. I'm going to jump into that. There's a 500 main, I think. And I do a little bit of traveling. I'm going to Tallinn. I'm going to Dublin. So, again, hint, hint on where I might be off to. And then back to Malta for a couple of back-to-back Malta poker festivals. Nice to be able to play the live poker from home, I must say. I live in St. Julian's. Anybody out there knows Malta well. It's obviously a very small island. It's about half the size of a big capital city. The whole country is. And I do live in the area where the 3 casinos are. So it's a handy spot. And when that's happening, it's nice to be able to play the live games, but sleep in your own bed and see your family. As I mentioned there, I am a podcaster and the host of the podcast, The Chip Race, with my co-host, Dara O'Carney, who will incidentally be on commentary tomorrow. 3 Irish boys now in the commentary box for these Kings events. Fintan, Gavin, obviously the regular, and in more recent weeks and months, myself and Dara filling in where we can. Dara will be here to do final day coverage of this French Poker Festival. which means I'm going to have to give him a day off from podcasting. I won't book any interviews for him tomorrow, but we have booked quite a few big guests for upcoming shows. At the moment, we have a lock-in episode out with Kevin Martin. I'm sure the Twitch faithful out there will know who he is, one of the top Twitch streamers. Check out the lock-in YouTube page from the Chip Race YouTube page. The lock-ins are our sort of topical fortnightly shows, and then on the other week of the fortnight, we put out the usual show, which is a sort of a five-hander, usually 3 or 4 guests, variety show format. Current show out at the moment has the fantastic Brandon Shaq Harris, Jamie Nixon, who again some of you Twitchers might be familiar with, and Vanessa Cade, who anyone who knows poker this past year will be familiar with. She does a fantastic strategy segment with us, so check those out, guys. You can listen to the Chip Race on Apple Music, Stitcher, SoundCloud, and you can watch the lock-in on YouTube, or you can listen to it on Apple Music or Stitcher or one of those podcast platforms. Aslan says he lives in St. Julian's as well. He's going to the Norwegian Championship in Dublin and Malta ones as well. Yeah, I will unfortunately miss the Norwegians, but they are a fun event. I hope you have a good time. Best of luck to you. St. Julian's is a nice spot, it must be said, here in Malta. It's on the coast. Lots of restaurants, bars, coffee shops, fresh air. It's a good spot. Been living here for 5 years, 6 years in St. Julian's actually now. It's my 7th year living in Malta. As we glance back to the action here, I'm going to let it go here with the Jack 2 and the cutoff. So Sashman, it will be a loose open here. He's going to let it go. So battle of the blinds. Lovici with the king. I think it's probably a shove against this particular villain. He's got about 8 bigs, if I remember correctly. Might even have less. Big blind ante had to go in there. Looks like he's decided to limp. Perhaps feeling against Mikel Branda that he can... No, he has. He's made a very small raise to 135k at big blind 3060, which has got through Branda. Obviously, a strange one there, because you got to feel like if your opponent shoves, you got to call it off. But I think I know what Lovici was at there. Kind of an interesting one, possibly recognizing that Branda's the type of guy who might flat the pre-flop and then fold and let those chips seep away. We have seen him leak chips in other spots today, so unconventional route to go, that sort of almost min plus raise out of the small blind there into a very short stack, but maybe a very player dependent, opponent dependent exploit. Scamps asks, do casinos still require COVID passes? I would assume that they all still do in Europe. Could be wrong about that. I am open to correction, but I think that is still going to be a Europe-wide expectation for casinos. Obviously, mask wearing not compulsory anymore in the Czech Republic. In fact, while we were playing EPT, was it 2 weeks ago in Prague, which of course is the other King's Casino. The first week we had to wear our masks, and the second week we could take them off. So the rules did change halfway through that week on mask wearing, but I imagine COVID vaccination passport still required, would be my best guess. Not required in some of the casinos in the USA, I know. World Series did decide it was necessary for their events last November. Interesting to know if they will be expecting that in July as well. I guess it's an ever-evolving situation with COVID, obviously on everyone's minds. There's new variants It seems to be every few months, and there is a new variant at the moment making its way around. So, yeah, a situation that will have to be monitored by casino owners and tournament organizers closely. We see Mikkel Branda has decided to go for it all in here with the 240k. He has decided that maybe this is just like a really good equity spot, I guess. Ibrahim Hadji has opened up the King 9 suited from under the gun. Speculative open, it must be said. Gunter Vavra, 3-bet him. Under the gun 2 with the Ace Jack. So possibly recognizing that Hadji would have some light opens off that stack from that seat. Branda deciding, well, there's a lot of chips in there and I might well go heads up for a more than a triple up here. I'm going to make my stand here with the Queen 10. It could end up in a great spot for him where he goes head to head with the Ace Jack. A lot of extra dead money on the line. That's sort of the dream here, and I think that is what may happen in a lot of worlds. Andre Keck clearly making a similar equity decision here. I don't like this spot, I got to say. Twos is never going to be good. Obviously, we see that he would just be up against overcards. Oh, Hadji has decided to go all in. Wow. So this is also a good situation for Branda, because Branda is now staring at the possibility that Vavra's 3-bet's going to be left in the middle, which he pretty much covers. So he could end up in an almost quadruple spot here if Gunter Vavra makes the fold. Now Vavra's getting a reasonable price here, 680. It's a complicated one here. He obviously has 2-1 into the overall pot, but he isn't playing the overall pot. He's playing a much bigger side pot and a much smaller main pot if he makes this decision in the affirmative. Ballsy move here from Hadji, it's got to be said, isolating the overcaller against the 3-better. High wire stuff, it must be said. Possibly recognizing that Vavra is a bit of a folder. So Vavra does throw away the Ace Jack. I don't blame him given the action that was before him. I'm just mostly surprised that Hadji has gone for this with the King 9. Amazing spot for Michael Branda. As we see, 40% to a pot where he can more than triple up. Just an absolutely pure equity moment. I actually quite like Branda's awareness that he might have found himself a spot of this nature. Not the worst board for him either, my goodness me. It's basically a coin flip now. As we see 9 outs up top. That ain't one of them. So just 28% here. Yeah, 14 outs makes much more sense, and there's one of them. Branda has got the triple up plus. Would you believe it? Hadji with the high wire, maybe not to be recommended. I guess it did work against the 3-better isolation move there. Very surprised to see that hand. In the end, it's played into the hands of Branda, who has got the triple up plus. Hadji down to 9 bigs just now. Well, he's had a roller coaster day. He started off fairly short. He got a really good spin going with 3 or 4 back-to-back winning hands. Got himself up to about 30 bigs at one point, and now he's back to 9. We've still just lost 1 player, guys. 8 players at this table. No new people have been brought to us. This is the original lineup bar 1. So very shallow, as you can see there. 6 of the 8 players playing sub 20 big blinds. A reminder out there, guys, that there is a high roller being played on the outer tables as well as this main event. That got 215 runners. We'll be paying out 26k up top to the winner tomorrow. Similar number of players remaining in that one as well. And Brahim Haji, well, isn't this a great spot here in the big blind with the pocket kings? He's up against Levici, who's opened the king queen. He's got him super dominated here with the Django's. Easy decision to shove here. He doesn't have much more. It's going to be a shrug call here for Levici. Not enough to get him off it. He's just, you know, he's going to get a count just to make sure. You never want to make a mistake in case the guy has more than you think. But this is a shrug call, getting 2-1. He's going to be absolutely sick to see the exact hand, literally the worst hand he could be up against with his hand. Super dominated, just 8%. Surprised it's taking him this long, to be honest. Would be an amazing, from a results-oriented point of view, would be an amazing fold to get away in this situation. It wouldn't be correct on balance versus the range that Brahim Haji would do this with. This is an easy enough call, it's got to be said. He does make it, and he will get the, not just bad news, but super bad news. Haji delighted to see no ace in Levici's hand. Extra happy to see the king in his hand. And barring some hearts or some straight stuff, well, that will almost close the door here. Obviously, Jack would be the best card in the deck for Levici here on the turn. Would throw him a lifeline. That doesn't end it either. Going to do it the other way around. The ace first, now the jack. No, and Haji will get the full double up. He's up to over 1.1 million now. Levici, nothing he could do. He opened the king queen. He's supposed to call it off. And Haji even bemoaning the ace on the turn that gave him a sweat. Poker players do have a wonderful way of finding a reason to moan. Even life is good. Pointing out that he built the image with the king nine to get the call there. I think he was going to get the call there anyway, but yes, the king nine suited hand will be sticking in people's minds. A reminder for you guys, there were 7 flights in this France Poker Festival main event. 2,254 players. This is the penultimate day. This is the day 2 of 3. My name is David Lappin. I'm a Unibet Poker ambassador, but today I am here as commentator for this day 2 coverage from King's Casino in Rozvadov. 7 flights I mentioned there. 7 flights to this one to get us up to that 2,254 number. It was a flight all the way back on Wednesday evening. That's how long they've been playing this one. Flighting people in all through the week. 2 flights Friday, 2 flights Saturday, and even a turbo one this morning. Meant that 372 of the 2,254 players made it through to day 2. They kicked off at 4 p.m. today. They've been playing 50-minute levels, and right now we are down to 68 remaining. The plan is to play out level 26 or finish early if we get to 24 players. I don't think we will. It's possible, but I think we'll probably end up with 30 or so players at the end of level 26. That would be my best guess. Battle of the Blinds here. Haji, who remember has shown an ace to Ciano when he limped in before. So that potentially puts manners on your opponent on its own. Great flop for Haji here. He has flopped open-ended. He fires out 60k 1/3. He's not going to lose Chiano here, who has middle pair and a backdoor. We see here the equities run really close here. Hadji has 14 outs and a better backdoor with the hearts. Wow. Wow. I did not expect to see a fold there from Chiano, I must say. I think Brahim Hadji would be stabbing 1/3, one big blind on a lot of boards with a lot of hands. And I don't think folding second pair with some backdoor potential is a good overall strategy. As we see there, equities ran almost 50-50. So even from a results point of view, it was a bit of a devastating one there. But actually, in reality, I think Chiano is going to actually be ahead in equities against the range, making it a pretty easy call in position. In any case, we move on to the next hand. Not too far from a break now. We started off coverage with the blinds 20-40. We played 25-50 and now 30-60. I think there's probably a handful of hands left at this level. I think that will mean a 15-minute break. But please do not go away. Or if you do go away, only go away for a few minutes. Hop on the kettle, get a beer out of the fridge, come back and join us for the final session, 2.5 hours. I will be taking you through till the end. And action will be picked up tomorrow by my very good friend, my Chip Race co-host, my fellow Unibet ambassador, Dara O'Carney, who will be flexing in the ways that he can. Master of Endgame, author of Endgame Poker Strategy. He's also author of Poker Satellite Strategy and PKO Poker Strategy. So if you do like satellites, we talked a little bit about satellites earlier on. If you do like to try and satellite into your live events or your online events via satellite trees and whatnot, I cannot recommend more a book than Poker Satellite Strategy by Derek O'Carney and his co-author Barry Carter. A real bargain for, I'm going to guess, 20 bucks on Amazon, and my god, it'll pay for itself the very first time you play a satellite after. It's just full of all the interesting nuances around ICM, the late game in particular. Can help you prevent making a huge mistake at the end of those when it can be really costly. As I said, he also authored PKO Poker Strategy. So if that's a format you like, and obviously a very popular format online, and even becoming a somewhat more popular format live as well, although it's a hard one to run live, so that's probably the reason it has never fully caught on in that environment. But online, PKOs are half the schedule sometimes on poker sites. And if that's a format you enjoy, again, kind of twisting that ICM dial up and down, it's kind of what he's good at. Darrow Carney has loads of great advice in that book. But for the purposes of tomorrow, Endgame Poker Strategy will be the most relevant of his works, because he will be taking you through from 3 tables out. Remember, ICM sort of peaks in general right on the final table bubble. Is always a big factor throughout the final table, becoming less and less until you get short-handed. But nonetheless, very, very important. And no better person to guide you through the latter stages of a tournament and a final table than Dara. So do tune into that tomorrow, guys. Clock's probably about to go funny, if I'm right. Coming up to 10 to the hour here, CET. I think that's when it goes back an hour. Or forward an hour, I should say. So it may suddenly be able to be in some sort of quantum flux here. Some temporal distortion about to take place. Michael Brando again, unconventional. He's opening it up here for a min raise off his 12 big blinds in a spot where you might anticipate he would just stick it in here with 12 bigs. Don't actually mind the idea of constructing a raise fold range with the ace 10 from under the gun 1 here, 8-handed. Balance I might shove, but I think it's pretty reasonable to do this. So this is one of the times I think it's kind of an interesting play, but I'm not entirely sure its validity now is for the right reasons, if you like. I think a lot of what we've seen from Michael Brando means that there's a sort of maybe a tendency to think there is too much play in these short stacks. As played though, Attila with the ace 10 suited here in the small blind. Oh, and look at Sashman's got the pocket tens. Wow. Well, one would assume he is going to stick it in. He has only got to put in 10 more bigs on top of what Brando has put in. So he has put enough to commit Brando, who is now, I assume, going to let it go. He would be fairly low down on his opening range here from the gun 1. Sashman is one of the looser players at the table, but I'm not sure we could really find the call off here in Brando's shoes. Brando very fortuitously getting the triple up, having got very, very short, having pretty much raise fold and limp folded his tournament away. He's going to make another fold. Nice pick up for Sashman, I should say. A good chance in that spot he was up against overcards. He'll be happy with the result. And Sashman's had a roller coaster too, guys. He was in every pot for the first orbit, built up a bit of a stack, lost a few pots in a row, and sort of grinded the 10 to 12 big blinds for quite some time. Got the full double up after an unorthodox limp with ace-king off 10 bigs under the gun. He did find his victim. He induced the ace-5 suited to shove. Got the double up, and since then has been super active and built his way back up to now almost a 2 million chip stack. But again, the story of this table so far in what has been an almost 2.5 hour session, 41 hands, is no bust outs. We had one bust out and nothing since. Very unusual, given how shallow the average stack is on this table compared to other tables in the room. The average stack in the room is like 1.6, 1.7 million. Average stack at this table is about 1 million. It's a considerable difference. So Michael Brando this time has decided 10 big blinds, Queen Jack suited, nice pretty one under the gun. Big blind and big blind ante about to get him. I like this shove. This is a very similar spot to the King Jack suited from earlier that I recommended was a shove. Queen Jack suited gets the job done. Nice pickup from Brando. Much prefer that. Much prefer seeing him get all his chips in the middle in these types of spots. Now, nice as it is that he got the shove through those blinds and he's about to get him and reduce him to the stack he was on before. But he is keeping his head above water right now. From 2,254 players down to just 65 or so now. Andre Keck, well, we saw him fold the King Jack suited in this spot earlier for not too much more. Obviously, the blinds have gone up since, but he is going to let the Queen 7 suited go, and that means the blinds are going to get him. Big blind ante. about to take a dent out of his 8 big blind stack. Next hand. And a very optimistic open here from Ibrahim. Oh, no, it isn't. Sorry, we had a false graphic there for a moment. It said that Ibrahim had opened. Now with Queen 6, I definitely would not have approved of that, and happy to see that that's not what happened. And actually, he's just going to fold round. It's going to be a walk for Brando. Amazing outcome for Brando. No, sorry, I apologize. Chiano decided for a cheeky steal with the 8-3 suited, gets it through. Okay, our graphics a little slow. We had to catch up with them there on that one. Sorry about that, guys. But definitely a cheeky little button steal from Chiano, who has been well capable of these cheeky little steals from time to time. We've seen him play fairly snug, but also very selectively loose. Just maybe once every couple of orbits, he just decides, I'm having this one. So Fabio Chiano, he's all in. 20 big blinds, all you can eat, ace, queen off suit. He's deciding to play big ball poker here. A lot of the players behind him have a good bit less than 20 big blinds, so effectively he's not shoving 20 into most of the field. He's shoving 10 to 12 into a lot of them. Well, here's a man, he is shoving 20 into Sashman, but 10-5 will be no good there. Vici does cover him too, but 9-5 is in the bin. And the shove will work, so that's 2 pots in a row for Chiano. And he is up to 1.3 million now. Just 1 or 2 hands left now, guys, before the break. A reminder to you not to go away. We will be back after 15 short minutes. And whoever tires of seeing the lovely face of Henry Kilban talking about shisha? I certainly don't. Henry, a good friend of mine. Nice to see his face. $15 big blinds, Gunther Favre with the ace-9. Like to see him construct an open range maybe off this stack. Ace-9 might just fit the bill. A little bit awkward. Folding certainly not out of the question either. Looks like he is going to go for a raise. And it looks like he's going to make it the bare minimum 120. No, 140. I apologize, guys. Must be an extra blue one in there I didn't spot. Quick folds all around, so that means it must be going on a break. You usually don't get these folds this quickly. I think these guys are eyeing up. A little rest. A little decompress. Maybe a quick espresso. Maybe some fresh air. Gunther Favre gets the raise through, and it looks like we are going to play another hand. By my watch, we have about a minute on the clock, but I could be slightly off here, guys. As we welcome a new dealer, who presumably will take us through quite a bit of the post-break coverage. We see there again, look at that. Okay, 3 players above 20 bigs finally, but 5 of these guys, 18 big blinds or less. I'm really surprised by the lack of all-ins, I suppose, or the lack of all-in and showdowns and lack of bust-outs. It can sometimes be the way. You've got to play your table's dynamic, even if there are tables in the room playing with twice the average of yours. So when we come back after the break, we will be playing 40k, 80k with an 80k ante. That will put the cat amongst the pigeons for a lot of these short stacks. If they're sitting there with 10 big or with 7, and the pressure will be on. I know I predicted carnage for this session. It never quite happened, but I do predict carnage for the next one. It's going to be even shallower again. Attila all in, king, queen. Oh, and he will be put at risk. Jean Levici with a beautiful gift. He looks down at the Django's just before this break. And as we've seen before, the super dominated spot really does leave little opportunity for Attila 85 here to get the double up. He is most likely in 10 out of 11 worlds going home. Nobody else wakes up with a callable hand. So Levici shows the pocket kings, much to the dismay of Attila 85, gutted not to have solid equity in this spot. Up against jacks, he's got a flip. Up against ace king or ace queen, he's still got 30%, but kings is the absolute nut worst hand for him to see. Now, based on cards that have gone out, obviously the opportunities for some straight possibilities has gone up slightly. He now has 11%. And okay, well, not dead. So you're saying there's a chance. He has paired his queen, so he can pair his queen again. Make trips. He can also hit a 10 for a straight. Oh my goodness, would you believe it? Would you believe it? John Levici, an absolute gut punch. There is only one king in the deck now. Won't do it. A 10 would have chopped. Oh, that is so sick for Jean Levici. Attila 85 gets the double up. He did nothing wrong. He shoved the king queen as he should. In 10 out of 11 worlds, he was going home. This was the one world out of 11 where he gets to stay. Would you believe it? Queen on the flop, queen on the turn. And a very happy and relieved Attila 85, and a very sad Frenchman right now, feeling a large degree of injustice, rightly so. Dream spot there with the kings to see your opponent show king queen. But poker is a cruel game sometimes. And Jean Levici will be feeling extra hard done by right now. Some chirping chips now for Attila 85. Happy to engage Sashman behind him in a little banter. A much quieter and downcast figure in John Levici as he recalculates his stack. He would have been moments ago dreaming of the chip lead on this table and maybe the ability to push people around over the next level or so. Instead, he is looking down at a paltry 11 big blinds and 9-6 suited. Such is the nature of poker. We have to be masochists, don't we? Tournament poker players in particular. Poker players, sure, but tournament poker players in particular. You sort of can only function if there's a degree of masochism. This is a cruel game. and you have to almost perversely enjoy the pain sometimes. And a walk. Or maybe not a walk, sorry. Chiano with a little steal. Ibrahim Haji looking down at the king 4 off. In the cutoff, not a hand you would expect most players to open, but he has shown a different gear to most in these types of spots. He does let it go this time. Fabio Ciano, who we've seen. Actually, I suppose if we've seen anything from Fabio Ciano, it has been an unpredictability. He has opened some strange holdings. He has folded some better holdings at times. Well, 10-4 suited is good enough for a raise here. He's made it 150k. 2.5x on the button. Gunther Favre will throw away the 5-3. And Attila, who has some new spoils, looks down at the ace-8, which eminently defendable hand. He may decide to 3-bet this, or he may call. Attila getting a count here, maybe considering the 3-bet shove. It would be a big one. We know it would work. I think maybe Attila, if stacks were a little shorter, wouldn't think too long and hard about this. He'd probably go for the 3-bet shove. Remember, the 2.5x has juiced up this pot slightly. Changes the risk reward a little bit. What? Wow. So there was me wondering, is he thinking of shoving or calling? And trying to figure out which of those two options he was taking. In the end, he decided to fold ace-8 to a button open. Well, it's a bit of a head scratcher. Doesn't make sense to me, guys, but the unpredictable Italian obviously spooking Attila there. Worse me the fool there, trying to figure out if he was shoving or calling. Making a fool out of the commentator. Unappreciated. We've seen the field now 66, so very few bust outs in the last hour. It was ticking away there for quite some time, and now seems to have slowed considerably. Possibly a little tension in the room, a little tightness creeping into the games of people in the room, possibly the game slowing down somewhat. All contributing factors to the slower ticking of that clock in your top right hand corner. Rahim Rahaji is going to open things up here from the hijack with ace 10-0 into the big blind of Sashman, who has a defendable 10-8 here. It's just a min plus open. He lets it go. Certainly don't mind the fold there with 10-8 out. Out of position. Hand that can be easily dominated and was that time. Not suited. And calling against a player who has opened off 15 bigs. You can make some good arguments for the defend as well. The main one being the excellent price you're getting. But unless you play very well post-flop, it's sometimes better to let those close ones go. Michael Brando with the dream under the gun. King Jack suited. All you can eat for 10 bigs here. That is exactly what he is doing. Good recognition of how a hand like this really does have to go in, particularly when you consider the big blind ante about to hit you. Fabio Ciano hasn't looked at his hand yet, I assume, or is just deciding on a unnecessary bit of Hollywood. Has he looked at his hand? Not quite sure what happened there. And Jean Levici with the pocket twos. That's a rough one here. He knows he is flipping at best. He has to let this one go. No, gamble. Gamble. Okay, here we go. Jean Levici in the mood to double. One of these players will probably be going home. As we can see here, it is Levici at risk, but Brando, if he loses his hand, will be down to just a single big blind and in the big blind. So a huge pot for these two players here. Levici, not sure I would have gone with the pocket twos in this spot, gotta say, but he has decided to gamble it up. We're off to the races. There is a two. Levici. That's flop bottom set, but it is not over. Brando can hit a 10 here. That is not a 10. A 10 and a 10 only. To send Levici home. Jean Levici, the man who very unfortuitously a moment ago got his kings in against king queen and somehow lost that hand, has decided he was in the mood for gambling. He's called it off with the pocket twos and the big blind to an under the gun 10 big blind shove. Smashed the two right away. Faded the gutter balls. And that has left Brando with, as I said, one big blind. And the question is, and I'm actually not sure because I have seen it done both ways. Maybe I should have done my prep and know the answer to this. Brando will be left with one. Oh no, according to our count, he would have been left with one big blind, but maybe the count has been done and Levici had him covered. So we might have had our stacks off by ever so slightly. We didn't need to be off by more than a big blind there to muck that one up. We might be about to be called back here, guys. Maybe our count was right. Well, can anyone help me out here? Okay, guys, you can all do the rewind. Anyone out there wants to do a rewind? Can you assess the stack of the fallen there, because according to our stat counts, which are usually right, it must be said, he would have been left with one big blind. Now, in the quick count up by the dealer, quick count up with the players are all happy with what happened. The entire stack has been shifted to Levici, who is now sitting with 2.1 million. Or sorry, 21 bigs, 1.2 million. However, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that wasn't a mistake. So, BDI people who with the option to rewind, see if you can see who had the biggest stack there, and did our numbers get it wrong? Or did the dealers and player get it wrong? Now, it is a close one. It's a very close one. So off a stack of just 735k here, 12 bigs, Gunter Vavra has decided to go for a large open sizing. He's generally min raised, but he's decided to go for a 2.6x with the Queen Jack offsuit. Sort of really gives Sashman no option here. He's probably going to let go the Ace 9 on balance. Just a bit tricky. Jonovici. Let's go the King 6 and A6 for Andre Keck, who is perilously short. Must surely flick in the call here. He is already committed for 40% of his stack. We can see he's actually got the best hand. It's an amazing spot to gamble with. I'm sure he is fearing the worst here, that Gunter Vavra has a dominant ace. But even if he does, he's pretty much got the right price here. So you got to go with your hand. So little confusion as to how the chips are going in here. I guess Keck had enough for a raise, so technically Gunter Vavra has to call off one more big blind, which he obviously will. Obviously will. He does, thank goodness for that. And we're pretty much going to the races here, guys. Queen Jack against A6. Keck will certainly be relieved to not see a dominant ace in the hand of Gunter. He needed a spot to gamble. Great to find that spot in his big blind while his ante's still out there. He can win it back. So far, so good for Keck. Vavra will need a queen or jack. Oh, and there's a queen! A dagger to the heart of Andre Keck. As we are about to go on this break, he needs an ace. He does not find an ace. He is going home. Gunter Vavra has done the knockout. A despondent Keck slouches off our stage. He won't be returning after this break. No one did anything wrong in that hand. It is just the way it goes sometimes. Queen on the turn. And with that, we are down to 6 on this feature table. I imagine we will be replenished after the break. Sashman with 26 bigs, Fabio Ciano 24 bigs, Attila 85-21. Jean Levici has also got 21. And 20 big blinds for the other two players. So everybody's suddenly above 20 bigs. Now, when these big blinds go up, they will all be short again. But in the meantime, guys, enjoy your break.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
And welcome, guys. We are back for the France Poker Festival, day 2 from King's Casino in Rozvadov. My name is David Lappin. I have been bringing you all the action, mind you, not too many bust outs, but plenty of interesting action from our feature table. It looks like we have the same feature table with a few additions. We have replenished the 3 empty seats. There we see Gunter Vavra in seat 1, Attila 85 in seat 2. He just got lucky with the King Queen against the Kings. Sashman, roller coaster of a day so far. He had a decent stack. He got short and he built it back up again. Jean Levici, incredibly unlucky with the Kings against King Queen to go short, but he gambled it up last hand with the pocket twos and managed to get the double up to 1.3 million. Nick Hooperts is in the 5 seat. He's just joined us. He's got 1.2 million. Frank Polenka in the 7th seat, 2.6 million. He's just joined us. Frenchman Frank Polenka, who was one of the day chip leaders. I can't remember which one. I think he was the day 1F chip leader, if I recall correctly. He came in with the biggest stack of the day to day 2. Remember, 272 people made day 2. He came in with 1 million. He's now got 2.6. Brahim Haji has had a roller coaster day of his own. Cute player, smart guy, this guy. Some deft little bets, some little bluffs along the way. He spotted a couple of good reshove spots like this guy. And Fabio Ciano as well. Probably the wildcard, unpredictable player who has played fairly solid with a couple of loosey-goosey steals in the mix as well, as I mentioned to you earlier on, guys. But I'll remind any newcomers to the stream, we are playing down to 24 players or 26 levels, whichever comes first. I think 26 levels is going to come first. That plays 2.5 more hours from now until 4 a.m. Central European time, I think, although maybe the clocks went back, so maybe I'm wrong about that. You'll have to correct me if I am. Meanwhile, in the room, I will remind you there is a high roller playing out. There are about 60 or 70 players left in that one too. They are playing a 2-day event, 215 players with 26k up top. So keep an eye out on that one tomorrow as well, when we're bringing you coverage of this feature table to final table, 24 all the way to 1, with Darragh O'Carney on the live stream tomorrow. But, you know, on the outer tables in the room will be that high roller and, you know, not too shabby 26k up top. Hopefully we will have the results from that one along the way as well. interesting to see how the addition of Frank Polenka, obviously one of the front runners in this tournament, looking to go wire to wire here. Day one chip leader. Can he finish day two as chip leader? Well, he's certainly in the boxy to finish chip leader of this particular table. I don't know. I can imagine there are some other big stacks in the room, but he has got a commanding chip lead over everybody else, almost double everyone else at the table. What is interesting now is, having lost a couple of the shorties, it took a while to lose them, but we did finally lose some of the shorties before the end of the last hand, before the end of the last session. It looks as though we have 8 people at the table, all over $1 million. Big blind is going to be 80k, I believe. Big blind Andy 80k as well. So the guys with 1.2, 1.2 and 1.3 million still below the 20 bigs mark, as are the guys with 1.5. But as we've seen at this feature table so far, there does seem to be a little bit more play out of these short stacks. The guys not taking hugely aggressive lines, very few big shoves, mostly trying to get some playability out of their shorter stacks. I would expect that to continue. I recharged my glass at the break. I hope you guys did too. It's a Sunday night. You might be playing some online tournaments. You might be relaxing. You might have a friend at this feature table that you want to rail. Well, whatever it is, I am delighted to welcome you here. 61 players left, right down to the wire now. We are down to the last 0.25 or 2.5% of the field. So it's deep into this tournament now. Sashman playing 20 bigs here in the cutoff. Certainly one of the looser players we've seen in the early going. When he got shorter, he certainly knitted up a little bit, and then once he has chips in front of him, he is keen to play. He opens things up with the Jack 10-0 here. Dick Hubert's in the small blind with Queen 8, likely to let this one go. And now the player that I'm really keen to keep an eye on now, the new addition to the table, Mr. Polenka. Well, he's taking his time here. We're going to play this one blind. We don't have a hand on him yet. Well, he really is giving this some thought. Let's it go. Sashman keen to retain the role, perhaps, of table captain, welcoming the new players. Most players opting to check their cards only when the action gets them. It is sort of causing a few seconds delay on each hand, which adds up over the course of a hand. It's often the case on a feature table that you will get in fewer hands per hour. One of the great reasons why it's nice not to be on a feature table. It's obviously nice to be on it for other reasons. A bit of TV time for the family, something for the scrapbook, opportunity to do something good on the live stream. Hopefully not do something bad on the live stream that you can watch back later. But yeah, usually sacrificing 10 or 15% of hands because it's a bigger table. You gotta put the cards in the reader. Just seems to take a little bit longer each time. Giuseppe Bruno in the small blind. He's got 9 bigs. He may well decide that ace-9 is good enough. I think it is good enough, to be honest. Hubert has raised on the button here with the ace-6 suited. Nothing wrong with that open. In fact, he may well have just shoved the hand. 1.1 million. He's only playing 14 bigs. I'm actually somewhat surprised that he didn't just shove the ace-6 suited. Against the open, Bruno has a pretty easy decision here to stick it in. He rates to be well ahead of the range. He's got 700k, so just 9 bigs. What a huge fold. Wow, okay, and so to Frank Palanca with the king 10, he's just going to flick in the call there. Really surprised by that fold with ace-9, I gotta say. Gets a button open. I don't know what you're waiting for. If you are waiting for a good hand, it's as good as I can imagine. And 3 jacks on the flop. Perfect for a very small c-bet from the button. I would expect it to go check, small bet and call from Palanca. Palanca can obviously be ahead with king high here. Huberts will probably fire small. I like a bet of about 110k here, 25%. Usually does the job. Sort of forces out all the small card combos. Get some value from the king X and queen X. Looks like he has gone very small. Made it 80k. I like the sizing actually. I like even going smaller again. And a call from Palanca as expected. We go to the turn. A lot of turns we see will go check check. Huberts, interestingly enough, has picked up a flush draw. Now his ace high is good. Obviously he doesn't beat any pairs in a hand. So it's going to go check check here most of the time. Huberts might go for one of those sort of advanced blocker bets, whereas he bets really small here on the turn. You could still get some value from a king X, still get some value from a couple of holdings, while at the same time not having to face a bet on the river. And that bet may well have been a bigger bet. So Huberts gets the job done. Best hand wins. Some players having a little bit of fun with Dick's name. Dick Huberts. I don't know, I could be pronouncing that badly, but... Fabio Ciano, Queen Jack suited. Would not be surprised to see a cheeky under the gun open here from him. He's tended to go on the larger size. Big blind 80k now. I like him in raise, but I expect him to go maybe 180 to 200. He's actually gone very big. He's made it 235,000. That's almost a 3x. Creates all sorts of problems for himself with this sizing. Obviously, the likelihood of getting the raise through increases, but if he faces a shove from, you know, one of the other smaller stacks, he has created a tricky one for himself. Anyway, actually gets around to Sashman with the black aces. Dream spot for Sashman here. I would love to see a flat, frankly. he may be looking at the 3x and interpreting that as strength and thinking those 15 big blinds have to go in the middle now. He's put 3 of his 15 in, but I love a flat. I think a flat is just beautiful here if he can find the flat. He's 3-bet to a clicky size of 475. I actually like this option the least. It's the one that looks strongest. Now, it may well work because perhaps Fabio Ciano will feel priced in, but I actually think it sort of, gives away the strength of his hand a little too much. I think I love a flat from Sashman here in most worlds, but as played, the clicky little 3-bet to 475. If anyone is capable of conjuring a range that does this, it is him. We saw him with the 7-8 suited almost first or second hand of the coverage. Just want to point out we've lost quite a few players just in the last few minutes, down to 57 already. Fabio Ciano, as I said, in a world of pain now with a really compelling price. He's only got to call 240k, 3 more big blinds, having put 3 in. He's got a suited connected hand. It's pretty. This could just get him in a lot of trouble here. He makes the call here. He flops a queen or a jack, or maybe he flops a 10-8, a 10-9 board. Probably getting it in. Ciano, on the other hand, if he had just made it a min raise, sort of makes this situation a lot simpler. The clicky 3-bet will be to less. He is going to call it. I guess feeling like if anybody has a loose 3-betting range here that might have more bluffs than it should normally contain, it is Sashman. Sashman obviously has the goods this time and maybe rewarded for that image. Well, it's a great board for the aces. Backdoor diamonds, 9-10 possibility for Fabio Ciano. Oh my god, and he's gone for it! A ludicrous move, an enormous misstep from Fabio Ciano, who's just decided he's flopped overs and a backdoor, a couple of backdoors I guess, and has just decided to run straight into it. Obviously he gets ace-king to fold here sometimes. I'm not sure that he even does get ace-king to fold. Ace-king might also find a call in this spot. Huge misstep from the Italian. It's not over. It's definitely not over now. Up there with the best turn cards Fabio Ciano could possibly have seen. Sashman with a heavy gulp. But he does fade, and Ciano, with a little wave of the hand, bids farewell to this feature table. He will not want to watch this back later on. A huge blunder, a huge misstep has cost him his tournament life. Sashman, a gift. And I think he knows it. Look at that. A gift. Sashman almost talking about how he telegraphed that he had aces or kings. Finds it all a little bit strange that he got handed a full stack there and almost a full double up. So Sashman, the roller coaster ride of his feature table life continues. You might recall from 3 hours ago, he came to this feature table with a medium stack, but a lot of game, it must be said. Chipped up quite nicely over the first 4 or 5 hands. Chipped down over the next orbit or two. Grinded 10 big blinds for a while. Strange induce with the ace-king limp. Gets the ace-5 trapped. Gets the double. And since then, well, his engines have really got started. And I must say, it all started for Ciano there with the large open. The 3x open off 15 bigs is sort of where the problem began. I can't really imagine playing it worse on every street, to be honest. A smaller open would have been fine. A tight fold wouldn't have been out of the equation. Calling the 3-bet is a bit of a disaster. The shove out of position on that flop is an absolute catastrophe. Good money followed bad in that hand. And a lesson to be learned for everyone out there. Eyes down. Action has folded around to Frank Palenka on the button. He's got the Queen Jack. He's going to open this up, I think. Size-wise, what does he like? We haven't seen an open from Frank yet. He's gone big as well. So on the button, he's 3xing. My goodness. Suddenly, the raise sizes have increased. Gunther Favre, he has the perfect big blind defend hand to a small raise. To a 3.2x open, though, he might give it more thought. Jack 10 suited still feels like a great hand to call with. Fantastic hand to call with, in fact. But facing the larger bet now, he may be dissuaded. And he does let it go. Well, again, results-based, good read of the situation from Gunther Favre. Not sure I'm on the same page as Gunther with every hand he's played, and I'm not sure even when he's taken a line I've particularly liked, would I be on the same page necessarily, but in that spot it's worked out well for him. Sashman with 3.5 million now. He's literally swimming in chips. He's going to open this King Queen up. You can bet your life on that. No need to continue the pattern here of the large opens. I'd like a sort of 170, 175. It looks like he's gone to 10. 250. Wow, so we're going big. With the game is different now, guys. I don't know what's happened. Everyone's obviously had a double espresso. Everyone's getting a bit loosey-goosey. And now we're opening to 3x all over the place. It certainly changes the dynamic if everybody starts opening this size. It takes a lot of the poker out of the game in some respects because it completely reduces the possible stack to pot ratios post-flop that we might go. It, removes some of the more deftness as sort of ranges with tighter equities play against one another. It makes the first open a real, like, do you want to play this hand bet? Feels very old school to me, actually. Feels like live poker when I started playing in 07, 08. You used to see a lot more 3xing going on, even this late into tournaments. Gunther Favre in the small blind with the ace-10. If previous actions can give anything away, he's letting this one go, guys. He has shown himself to be one of the tighter players around. He's facing a 3x from under the gun. Ace-10, not likely to be ahead of any of that range. Obviously, we see here that the King-Queen, the King-Jack are probably in that range, and he is ahead of those. But, he's not meaningfully ahead of those, and it seems like a bad flat out of position. Possibly he's thinking of whether he can get a shove through, but past actions can also reveal likely future actions, and we did pick it there. Attila in the big blind, getting the best price possible with ace-9 here, but still having to call a couple of big blinds. He may well let this one go too. Awkward stack Attila, if he calls here, stack to pot ratio is going to be less than 2. It's very awkward. He does let it go. I'm not a huge fan of this larger open sizes. I think it takes some of the skill out of the game. I think it certainly makes the game less enjoyable to watch. Not that any of these players should care about that. They're just interested in their own equity. But I do think for the better players at the table, this large sizing is not going to be something, it's not going to be a trend they want to see continue. But we have seen we've seen three 3Xs or three almost 3Xs in a row now. Sashman in the big blind ante this hand. He is veritably Taj Mahaling with his chips right now. Stacks on stacks. Welcome back to anybody who decided to pop off during the break. I understand. We're busy people. Maybe you've been playing a final table online. Good luck if you're playing your sessions out there and have me on in the background. But for anyone showing up late, and I do notice that the viewers has gone up a little bit in the last few minutes, so I expect there are some new people out there. Welcome to the France Poker Festival, a day 2 coverage from King's Casino in Rozvadov. We will be playing for roughly 2 more hours here. We're supposed to play down to 24 players or 2.5 more levels. I think the 2.5 levels will happen first. This was a monster event, it must be said. Flights going all the way back to Wednesday evening. There was a Wednesday flight, a Thursday flight, 2 Friday, 2 Saturday, and 1 Sunday morning flight. That brought together 2,254 players. Now, I'm going to guess a lot of re-entries in there, but nonetheless, a lot of entrants to this tournament. Day 2, of course, is the penultimate day. It will play down to a finish tomorrow. 372 people made day 2, which kicked off at 4 p.m. today after the completion of the day 1G, from which 82 people got through, actually. My name is David Lappin. You may know me from my role as a Unibet ambassador or from my hosting of the poker podcast, The Chip Race. If you have never heard of The Chip Race, please check it out. It's a good show. It's been on the air for 7 years now. The good people at Unibet Poker have been our sponsors for 6 of those 7 years. I host a show with Darragh O'Carney, who will be bringing you final day coverage. He will be sitting in my seat tomorrow to bring you from 24 players down to 1. Could be a long day tomorrow, guys, so buckle up for that. As we see here, Brahim Haji's 3-bet, effectively a 3-bet shove with the ace-jack, does the job against Frank Polenka. If any of you out there have questions for me, I am happy to field them. If you have comments about the play or just comments about poker in general, by all means let me know. We can have a chat about that. I am here at your disposal for the next 2 hours. And happy, nay more than happy, to engage. It can be a lonely old business commentating on your own. So I am more than happy to engage with anyone in the chat on any subject in poker. I might spare the King stream, my hottest of hot takes, but for anyone who tunes into the Chip Race or reads my articles at VSO News, you'll know that I don't normally shy away from strong opinions on the game. As you can see in the top right hand corner, 53 players remain. That means we have achieved a ladder jump to €1,734. Everyone from 45 to 53 will get that payout. So almost 6 buy-ins for everybody still in. But the big jumps are yet to come, guys. Up top in this one, 89,900 plus a WSOP Europe main event seat, worth, of course, over 10 grand. Second, we'll get 50,700, also picking up one of those seats. Top six, in fact, will all get those seats. I don't want to say life-changing money up top in this one, but for a lot of poker players who play the $300 circuit, maybe they're the same guys who play a lot of 500 quid events. Some of them might only play $50 and $100 events, and this is a sort of a shot take for them. It is significant money. It is a big bankroll boost. Okay, you mightn't be buying a house with this kind of money, but if you're a budding poker player, you could, basically generate a pretty substantial bankroll out of this one. Huge parlay on a 300 buy-in as well, with 2,200 people. I think about 17 or 18% of the prize pool going to first. It's very tasty. You see there, Sashman, 43 big blinds, 3.5 million. The other end of the table, Giuseppe Bruno, just 8 big blinds. He needs a spot. Frank Palanca under the gun one with the ace-7 suited. He might open this one up. Suited ace, probably good. Got some blocker potentials. Suited. I like this one as an open. He does open it. New player Alessandro Nannini has joined the table in the 9-hole. Action folds to Gunther Vavra with the ace-6. He's going to let this one go. As will Attila with the king-9. Sashman has the opportunity to play a big pot in position with a funky little suited gapper. Would not be surprised to see him play a hand like this. He doesn't on this occasion, but actually I thought that was going to be in his wheelhouse. I thought that was going to be exactly, no pun intended, with the wheelhouse, the type of hand he would be interested in playing in that spot. Remember, he's playing deep with Palanca relatively. 25, 26 big blinds. So he may well have chosen to use the power of position there. In the end, it is a raise and take it. Palanca chips up to 24 million, or 2.4 million I should say, and he has 30 bigs again. Once again, it's Palanca with the suited cards. This would be a loose open. Figure he might let this one go. Attila with the Django's. He makes a 2.5x. Not a big fan. I like a min raise there, or a min plus. 2.5x will just get the job done as a raise and steal a little too often. You want the big blind to defend with 2 cards lower than the king. It's exactly how you can get the lot. As played now, it's just going to be a raise and steal with the kings. A little bit of a waste, but I don't know if he would have got any more chips in any other scenario. Playing it any differently. Down to 51 players now. This level's a big jump. Obviously, you know, not every blind increase is made equally, but the 30 to 8 or the 60 to 80, as is the 30 to 40, is obviously a bigger one than the next two will be. It's a bigger percentage increase, and it often does make a difference. We obviously endeavour in tournament poker to make the blind increases as smooth as possible, but in a live scenario they can't be that smooth, and that there will always be these slightly larger ones every 3 or 4 increases. The 30-60 to 40-80 is one of those, and unsurprisingly it has resulted in quite a few bust outs over the last few minutes. We're almost down to 50 players now. Hashman with Big Slick. Okay, very interesting. Last time we saw Sashman limp a hand, it was with Ace King. He's decided to limp the hijack this time with Ace King, clearly viewing it as a trapping hand. It is going to bring in a lot of worlds, the small blind and the big blind to just check his options. So he's going to be, you know, potentially going 3 ways and giving his opponents a real chance to catch up. Not certain I love this, but it did work out from the last time, maybe emboldening him to try again. Giuseppe Bruno likely to just flick in the 40k here. No, he doesn't even. He lets it go. So, action on Polanka. The Jack 6, who looks like he's going to actually raise. My God. So, every time Sashman has done this, it has worked. Now, Sashman last time round found his victim. It was a beautiful situation. 480k. He's literally 6x'd Polanka. And now Sashman's going to go all in. And Polanka's going to have to let it go, having just burnt 6 big blinds. Literally set fire to 6 big blinds. Now, Polanka was not here earlier on for the one and only other time Sashman limped, and we saw it was Ace King. So I think other players at the table may be onto what just took place there. Clearly, Polanka, not one of them. And my God, what an absolute fire set to 6 big blinds there. The dream scenario almost with Ace King is he has induced an enormous raise from the big blind. Almost like the kind of raise like it was a 3-bet raise. Like he'd min raised and then got 3-bet to that size. Well, huge result for Sashman, who picks up 8 big blinds there without showdown. It's a pure spot. But a huge misstep from Polanka, who, if he does want to raise, like obviously just checking his option there, and okay, playing out of position isn't great, but like getting a free go at like seeing 3 cards is always nice anyway. Not taking that option and instead raising. Now, even within raising, if he wanted to raise, maybe he can raise 4x. To have raised 6x and had to fold is a disaster. Cacello thinks he induced the Insta Rage ISO by any wreck over the with the limp. Maybe there's some interesting psychological dynamics at work here. It certainly worked both times. I would not have done it either time, but it couldn't have worked out better. Sandro Nannini now has raised it up to 180k. Much friendlier sizing, it must be said, with the ace-10. Action round to Bruno, who ponders over these folds, it must be said. Frank Polanka, oh well, this is a great spot for him. He has ace-king and he looks tilty. He has decided to ship it in. Big shove. Hadji with the pocket sixes probably can't take the heat here under the gun open and a small blind shove. And Nannini can't really call 1.8 million here. It is a big price. He opened for 2x and he's been shoved for 23, 24x. So I think Nannini, a little bit of showboating here, a little bit of fake tanking, because I don't think there's any world where he's call. Possibly just praying into his mind ever so slightly the likelihood that Polanka is a little tilty right now. But he does let it go. Gunter Favre with 13 big blinds and pocket queens. He has been somebody willing to open, so I hope he does just open this hand now. I think off this stack he can absolutely construct a raise fold range, so why not have a raise call range with the premiums. Min raise plus would be perfect. But he has decided to go all in. No real decision for Attila here. Oh, and Dick Huppert has woken up. The Belgian with the pocket nines does feel like it would be right on the line. Feels like you could let sevens and eights go, no problem here. Feels like tens you would certainly have to go with. Nines is a head scratcher, it must be said. He is going to go with it, and I can't blame him here. I think nines is probably the worst hand you should go with. It's close. It's not a pump fist get in, but it does feel like it's a call. Great situation for Vavra here to get the full double up from Huppert. Huppert is about to get the bad news here that pocket nines are dominated. Great news for Vavra. He was mostly fearing the aces, kings and ace king. Can Vavra do a all-important hold here? It would jump him to 2.3 million and virtually cripple Huppert. So far so good for the pocket queens. No spades in anyone's hand, so a 9 and a 9 only, and a 7 of hearts will mean a double up for Gunther Vavra. Dick Huppert has been crippled. He is down to 3 big blinds, 245k. It will be a mountain to climb from there. So just 6 tables now in the room of this main event. It's definitely becoming quite real for these players. Always a frustrating time to be eliminated. You feel like you went deep in one of these big ones, these 2,000 runner fields. But really you don't get a particularly great reward if you bust now. You get maybe 5, maybe 6, maybe 7 buy-ins. Nothing to sniff at, but really not the payday and not what Stack at various different points promised. Dick Huppert has decided 7-3 suited under the gun 3 is good enough. He's not interested in sticking around waiting for a better spot. He could have chosen to wait another couple of hands, one would think. Under the gun 3. He didn't have to go with 7 high here. But he has got folds all the way around to the dealer button who lets it go. So, you know, you feel like one of the blinds is certainly going to be priced in. He's at least going to be live against the King Queen suited. His suits aren't live, but his cards are. Looks like Alessandro Nani has just called, Anini has just called, possibly allowing Gunther Vavra to come along here and call. He has to put in 2 more big blinds to potentially enter into one of those soft collusion spots where you might check it down to eliminate someone. I'm not sure either player will be much incentivized to check it down anyway, so in the end he does bow out, and Alessandro Nani will have a 70-30 to eliminate Dick Huppert, who, it must be said, you know, did nothing wrong with the pocket 9s. Unlucky to be up against a dominating hand, but has shown a little bit of impatience here with the 7 high. Could have waited for at least another hand or 2 before making his move. A couple more hands. Law of averages say you'd get better than the 7 high, but well, he's picked up a little bit of hope here on the turn. Having had virtually none, he can now hit a 7 or a 3 to get the double up. It is not to be, and Dick Huppert exits stage left in 50th position. Alessandro Nannini will add a nice extra 4 or 5 big blinds to his stack. And we are down to 49 players in the France Poker Festival main event from King's Casino. What a journey it has been for these guys. It must be said, this tournament has banged along. It is not a fast structure. 50-minute levels today mean that there is ample opportunity for these guys to play poker. But nonetheless, they've gone from 2,254 players Down to 372 on day 2, down to already just 49. It will be a late night for everybody tonight. Action kicked off at 4 p.m. today, so roughly a 12-hour day. Everybody's schedules, I'm sure, are well adjusted to the night owl. Alejandro Nannini on the button with the ace queen. Definitely going to get in the mix here. Loving the big sizings. 230k. Gunther Vavra. Oh, interesting spot here. These guys are relatively deep. They're both playing kind of either side of 30 big blinds. Pocket 8's definitely going nowhere, even to the 3x. Question is, does Vavra decide to raise or call? It would be a large shove, but given that it is a 3x, it wouldn't be a bad shove, I don't think. Looks like he is deciding to just make the call though, 230k. And Attila will, I assume, bow out here with the 10-8. Vavra going to have to do his best to navigate post-flop here. He's going to see a flop with a card higher than 8 most of the time. And he won't be able to just fold to one bet most of the time. So, barring a very scary board, Vavra is not set mining here. He is essentially board mining. He's looking for boards where, you know, he might be able to be the right amount of sticky and get to showdown. That's not the kind of board Vavra would want. It's a tricky situation here. He's got the eight of spades in his hand too. So he has some backdoor flush and straight potential. I don't know if you can just give it to him. Obviously, we can see the ace-queen in Nannini's hand, and we know he is very, very good right now. But I think you have to actually make the call here if you're Vavra. You can't just assume that the guy opening on the button has an ace. He's only fired 140k here. Particularly against that sizing, I think you have to call. Which he does. So even though Vavra is wrong in this instance, I like his overall approach. I think it will go check, and then I think we'll see a bigger bet from Nannini. I think Nannini can size up then. He can probably make it half pot roughly on the turn. Oh, quick check back from Nannini, okay. Well, river is a spade, which will concern Nannini because Vavra may well have been calling with a couple of spades, but I think Nannini has to go for some value here. It's far too likely that Vavra has called with an ace-jack, an ace-9, maybe a king-10, queen-10, jack-10. He's got a small, go for a small sizing and target those kinds of hands. He does really like Nannini's play here. I would have fired the turn myself, but having checked the turn, I really like this sizing. Now, pocket 8 doesn't really stand to be very good here very often. He has a lot better calls. This one is way down the range, so I think Vavra can get away. Particularly against a very value sizing, must be said. Good price as it is, it does look like he's trying to get a call. If Vavra gets away here, I really like how both players have played their hands throughout. I think it's solid poker from everyone. Oh, looks like he is going to flick in the call here. Little sticky here, hoping that maybe his opponent has queen jack, king queen, jack 9. Hard to see what he beats, but he does flick in the call. Don't like that call from Vavra. He's got a lot better hands to make the call with. It's a little leaky to give away those chips, must be said. Not that it won't be good occasionally, but I don't think it's going to be good often enough. Fair play to Nannini for recognising the importance of getting another value bet in there. I think he would have been hoping to get value from a weaker ace or a 10. Bonus for him that he also got value from pocket eights. Pocket eights with a spade, not great. You're sort of blocking a lot of the draws. It's not a great combo really to choose as your heroic call, must be said. So I think the clocks have leaped forward, guys. If you're working off the times, I've just noticed I had a little worry there. I saw my clock. I thought, it's not that time already. As we see Giuseppe Bruno go all in for $500,000. Nannini. I'd definitely be taking a look at the stacks behind me right now, and I can't say I know exactly what each of the other three players have, but I would certainly be calling this. I think you can call here, and Vavra does wake up, would you believe it? So dream spot for Vavra. He's going to be able to shove here, get in against Giuseppe Bruno, who he's dominating, and likely get Alejandro Nannini to fold, who has a flip. Wow, what a spot. What a spot. But I think this makes me more want to stick it in as Nannini's, given that we now know that Vavra had 1.4 behind. And I'm pretty sure the other players have less. Oh no, they don't. I'm sorry. One of the players is really deep because it's Sashman. So no, it does make sense. I like the fact that Nannini flatted, and now unfortunately this is the one stack behind him where life was going to be awkward. He couldn't isolate, he couldn't raise because Sashman was there, so he did have to flat this, and it makes a lot of sense. But Gunther Vavra's stack was the one stack that would have caused him a problem, and unfortunately for him, it is that exact man who is woken up with a hand that he must shove. Now, when Alejandro Nannini gets the news, it's going to be 900k into a pot of 3.5 million total, 1.5 of which will be in the side pot, maybe 1.6. So it'll be a side pot of about 2 million, main pot of about 1.6. That's going to be roughly the equation. Nannini not likely to be good ever against Vavra's range, but will have some flips. Will be up against 9s and 10s. They're probably the only hands. I think we probably put Vavra on a range of ace queen plus, 9s plus. And that makes ace jack very, very wonky here. Very tough actually, very tough spot. And I don't think he could have avoided this tough spot, in fairness to him. I think with Sashman behind, he couldn't isolate raise. So he had to call. And calling meant that this would always be tricky. Now, if Gunther Vavra can get this shove through, push Nannini out of the pot, he is in a great spot to effectively get a triple up on the just 500k risked. However, if Nannini can make the call, they have a virtual race for what will be the biggest pot we've seen at this TV table today. And it's so hard. It's so tricky right now. He does let it go. I don't blame him. I think that was just a rotten spot. He's going to be very disappointed to see the holdings. When he flips over the tens, he's going to be particularly sad. He's going to be even sadder if an ace or jack come out here. But Giuseppe Bruno, well, his fate might be sealed. Nice for both players to have Nannini's 500k also in this pot. It means that if the 7 comes, which it does, it's an extra juicy pot for a 3.5x return on his all-in 500k. He's taking the jacket off. Maybe you should keep putting it on for just another moment. You don't want to risk it. Wow, would you believe it? Giuseppe Bruno pocket sevens, flops about, and he goes from 500k to 1.7 million. Get it in bad, get the flat, get isolated, spike your set, actually your boat I suppose in reality, and my oh my, 500k to 1.7 million. He is right back in this tournament. 1 foot out the door, but just 1 foot. He's back in the mix. Oh, it looks like I've got some company in the chat now finally. Darrow Carney, my condolences. I saw that you finished 13th in the live tournament that I'm not allowed to name on the stream. But congrats on the deep run. Darrow was playing a 1,000 runner field this weekend. I saw that he bust in unlucky 13th. But great performance nonetheless and a good weekend's work. Darrow Carney in the chat now. That's Slow Doke for anyone who doesn't know. Will be joining us tomorrow. He will be bringing you from, I assume, 24 or maybe slightly more than 24 down to 1. He's probably going to watch this stream for the next hour or two, familiarize himself with some of these heroes and villains. And then he can offer you even greater level of coverage with dynamical knowledge added into the mix for tomorrow's stream. I'm being called David Coupon by Slowdo. That's an old reference. Not sure if anybody knows that one, but I'll explain that one. About 3 years ago, Darren and I were very fortunate to win the GPI award for Best Podcast for the Chip Race, the very first ever GPI awards, must be said. We won Best Podcast. We didn't expect it. It caused quite a stir, mainly because a certain Daniel Negreanu had a hissy fit. Little silly man that he is, started crying and moaning about the fact that we won. And that hissy fit was picked up by Poker News, and Sasha Salinger, I think is the name of the reporter, who did a little piece to camera, kind of like an Instagram video to camera. And she referred to Dara O'Carney and David Coupon, and so that there was how one of my various nicknames was born. So where we have lacked maybe a little bit of bust-out drama at this feature table over the course of the last 3 hours, I think we've only busted out about 3 or 4 people. We haven't been short of drama, as short stacks have often survived in dramatic fashion. Frank Polenka, remember, came into day 2 of this tournament, 372 people left as the chip leader. He carried forward 1.03 million, as I recall. He played last night's leg. There were lots of 800k plus stacks about, but he was the only person to cross the million mark on day one. He obviously continued to have a good day. He came to this table an hour ago with 2.6 million. Things haven't gone so well since. Tall Mountain 18 in the chat here saying something I won't repeat, but 100% endorse. I have enough drama in my life. I don't need any more saying things like that out loud. Although it's probably less than I've said out loud many times, must be said. But yes, no, completely agree with you, Tall Mountain. So blinds have gone up to 5100k. Sashman's gone for the 2.5x-ish sizing that he has preferred through most of the day, except for when he had ace king and he likes a limp. He's made it 240k with the pocket eights. Giuseppe Bruno, who it's fair to say likes a good old tank, likes a good old slow decision, does our Giuseppe Bruno here. He actually induces getting the information off Sashman there. He shows the pocket eights because he made it seem like he had a decision. Bruno, maybe there's some method to the time wasting madness. We see there Sashman still in the box seat, 41 big blinds, 4.1 million. Love this level. Very easy to work out the stack size at this level. Frank Polenka there in third with 21 bigs. We see everyone still kind of short is what happened. Blinds go up a couple of times, as they have done, 60 big blind, 80 big blind, now we're 100 big blind. It's almost like they doubled in the space of just over an hour. And suddenly all these guys who we, not too long ago thought were out of the danger zone are right back in the danger zone. Alejandro Nannini may decide to open the blocker value of this King 7 suit. It doesn't in this instance. A lot of short stacks around behind. I really like the decision not to open your game up that wide in this situation. I think you just kind of want to almost get in there and play sort of super solid, maybe spot a couple of big blinds that you can attack for, a couple of pips lighter than your normal opens, but actually a lot of your equity is going to come from just playing your ranges really solidly, because there's a lot of players not doing that, and that's where they will seep equity to you. It is a bit of a minefield when, despite the fact that the average in this tournament is probably close to 30 big blinds, at this table you remove the top two stacks and it's much closer to 15 big blinds. As I mentioned a couple of times while we watch another gratuitous tank, Giuseppe Bruno finally throwing in the limp against Frank Polanka, who we know likes to attack limps. He erroneously attacked one half an hour ago. Looks like he's learned his lesson. I do want to give another shout out to Dara O'Carney, who, as the author of Endgame Poker Strategy, is the perfect person really to bring you through the endgame of this tournament, as he is any tournament. 3 tables out, plenty of ICM, peaking around the 10 left, 9 left period, becoming slightly less of a factor as we get short-handed, but very, very relevant throughout the final table. And Dara, a great person to explain and inform and teach about those dynamical shifts. Frank Polanka pouncing on the check from Bruno here, who Could have taken a stab himself, but you know, decided it was probably better to check fold that particular hand. Polanka had the flush draw to go with the back doors. Kind of a nice hand to barrel himself. Gets the job done. So about an hour and a half left of play today. I don't think we're going to get to 24 players, so I think you are going to have these two full levels, probably get down to around 30 players, maybe slightly less. That means a long day for Dara again tomorrow, who I know likes to rib me about these day twos that I've covered a couple of times now as being substantially shorter than the day threes that he's had to do. It is not easy commentating on your own, I will say. Always nice to have a foil. That's why I need you guys in the chat to ask me some questions. Keep me going now. Always nice to have a foil, even if it is a chat foil. And yeah, long commentary days are certainly not easy. But we're certainly down to the business end of this one, just 2% or so of the field remaining. It's going to be exciting stuff with six figures effectively up top in this one when you include the WSOP seat that is put on top of the prize money for 1 to 6. That does bring the prize for first over 100k. Possibly we will see a deal at some point, two-handed, three-handed, four-handed. Not unusual to see that in the late stages, particularly in these types of events where for a 300 buy-in you are talking about significant money left when there's four people there, and people don't really want to gamble it up for 10 and 15k jumps, more than that even, as we get to three-handed and heads up. Here we go, Jean Levici, a man who has been both fortunate and unfortunate at this featured table. He had his kings cracked by king queen. It was rather disgusting, but he managed to win a very important flip with pocket twos in a spot where it must be said he did sort of choose to gamble. In this spot, Giuseppe Bruno, who we know likes a good tank, so maybe this means nothing. He's going to let him get this through. The king jack suited all in for exactly 10 bigs. And it's going to be looked up by Frank Polenka. There's no way those nines are going in the muck. Whoa. Yeah, no. We've moved on to Brahim Haji and his 10-3 suited, which we've seen, but the nines have not been folded yet. So let's just back it up here for 1 second. There's no way Polenka's letting nines go to 10 bigs shove from cutoff. So this is going to go shove, quick fold from Brahim, and we are going to the races for a 2.2 million pot. A very significant pot. If Levici can win, he will have managed a fantastic, having been crushed from 1.5 million down to 0.5 million. He will be back up at 2.2 million and right in the mix. If Polanka and his nines can hold, and it is a pure flip here, then he will be in a very nice spot with 3.5 million. Levici decides to retake his seat. And in fact, it's Polanka, a man not at risk, who is standing above the table. Here we go. Buckle up. And the Kings have taken the lead. Levici loving that flop, it must be said. There is a diamond in Polanka's hand. That's not going to matter. In fact, just 2 nines in the deck. That's all that can help Polanka. Otherwise, it is John Levici, and it is John Levici who doubles up to 2.3 million. Fortune favoured the Brave. He decided to call it off with twos earlier. A little bit speculative, not a bad spot. It was one of those situations where the player under the gun was shoving wide because he was fearful of the big blind ante getting him the next hand. Pocket twos in the big blind for all of his chips was always going to be a gamble, but it was a gamble that paid off in that hand, and now a second double up means Lovici is right back as a contender in this tournament. He's over 20 bigs again. Polanka, start of the day, chip leader, 1.03 million. He's probably only got about that again. He's probably back to that. Info here from Tall Mountain, who says they always say no deals allowed, or at least public deals. Okay, yeah, that's something World Series do. I'm guessing that's a King's rule then as well. Means you have to do a smoking garden deal with a bit of a shake hand if you are going to do a deal. Usually good to know the people you're doing it with if you're going to do something like that. I won't talk too much about that. If the deals are not allowed, well, that is absolutely fine. The tournament organisers do not have to stand over something like that. They don't want to. So yeah, the less said the better. But you know, we all know in the poker world that making deals is part and parcel of the end stages of tournaments. A lot of money on the line. Often, you know, 50 buy-ins, 100 buy-ins difference between first and second. People don't usually want to gamble it up for that. And we see there 44 players. So actually, since coming back after this break, we have lost people at quite the rapid pace. I say we won't get down to 24. I still don't think we will, but might be closer than I think. Attila, under the gun 1, 11 bigs, Queen, Jack, O. I think if it was suited, he might decide to ship this one in. I think offsuit, he's probably got to let it go. Sashman, well, we know he likes a suited connector. Suited gapper, maybe not so much. Lovici, well, the rich got richer and then richer again. And now he looks down at Ace King. Looks like he's going for a 225 raise. Giuseppe Bruno with the 10-3. I'm sure this will take at least 20 seconds. Polanka with the Jack-7. That's going to go in the bin. Hadji's been quiet now last couple of orbits. Fairly card dead. Nothing he can do. Alejandro Anini, back 5 out. Probably going to let this one go as well. So raise and take it for Jean. Lovici with the suited connectors. Looks like Dunkel's interested here with the Kojak. Oh, and Giuseppe Bruno finally does wake up with a real hand. Well, as I said before, he is not one to act quickly, but when he does finally act, he's going to be raising all in for 1.4 million. 14 big blinds. Perfect situation for him, really, with the raise in front of him. He has a nice risk reward in getting this in. If he gets called, he's probably not too sad about that. But this will also work an awful lot of the time. Polanka with pocket twos behind. His options have been removed from him. If he had been seriously considering a reshove of his own with twos, he's not going to be overcalling with them. More card deadness for Hadji. Alejandro Nannini with a more interesting situation. Probably just a little bit too much action in front of him. I think Ace-Queen would certainly be a hand you would consider here. Ace-Jack just not enough. And let's be honest, King-Jack is a pretty easy decision here when it gets round. Giuseppe Bruno is going to go from 1.4 million to 1.9 million without showdown. Never a bad outcome. Nice to see a quick fold from Dunkel. Looks like Lovici is going to go for a light open here under the gun one with the Queen 10 suited. I was about to say, if past actions reveal or offer a clue into future actions, he was probably going to make a fold here, but he has decided to open it up. Definitely the kind of hand that I like to see still be in the mix as a light open. Queen 10 suited has got reasonable blockers, high cards, some playability post flop. And this raise will exploit better hands behind as well. Bruno with 1.9 million, 19 big blinds now. I can't see playing this hand. It would be a big shove over a under the gun one open. Now, much more interestingly, oh no, sorry, it was Bruno had pocket. No, it's Polanka has pocket eight. Sorry, we had a few different graphics up on screen momentarily there. Well, Polanka has found the pocket eights for 1.3 million. I don't think Lovici can make this call if it gets round to him. So the one time he steps out and goes for a cheeky little loose open from early position, he immediately gets punished. Polanka happy to run it with these eights. Well, Lovici just going to check the count just in case Polanka has like 10 bigs. Maybe it becomes a little bit closer. I don't think it's close though. And I think it will be a fairly quick fold once he gets that count. Great result for Polanka, obviously getting over cards to fold. Perfect for him. As we see the total field tick down to 42 now. Just 5 tables now in the room. Straight away, Levici, after his loose open last hand, wakes up with the wired pocket pair. One would expect an identical open here to 225 with the Johnnies. No, looks like he's put an extra chip on top there to 250. Hoping for some action this time. Giuseppe Bruno with the 8-9 offsuit is going to take his time. Polanka with the suited ace. Would be a very bad time to step out. Good discipline from Hadji, recognizing that, you know, sometimes the guy raising twice in a row, the second time he has to have it. Pocket fours obviously go into the muck. And the pace of play has really slowed down to a grinding snail's pace, it must be said. Obviously, 40 players left. Everyone's thinking about making it through to the end of the day. There's about an hour left, maybe slightly more than an hour. Everyone wants to get there. Everyone wants to get inside the last 30. Really, you know, for a lot of people, that's the opportunity to mentally reset, have a rest, maybe have a massage, have a bath, have a meal, come back rested tomorrow and feel like you're sharp again. This last hour after 2 days of play can be a bit of a grind, and maybe we're just seeing a little bit of that manifest in a slower pace of play, as everybody's just happy to play a few fewer hands over the course of this last hour. It's understandable as the amount of money being played for goes up that people want to make sure that their decisions are correct, and I obviously absolutely understand that. But then there is that, and then there are hands where people clearly don't have decisions and they still manage to find 20-25 seconds pre-flop for those. We see there Attila and Vavra. I wouldn't quite say life support. We've seen players spin back up from less a few times already at this feature table, but certainly in need. Certainly going to have to win the next hand they play, you would feel. Polanka with the ace 9-0. He might consider a loose open here with exactly this type of holding. A cheeky little, oh, it looks like, I was going to say a cheeky little 2.2x, but it looks like he may have gone quite large. Has he 3.5x? Okay, 310. So he's 3xing here with the ace 9. Not a big fan of this open size. I said it before when Polanka has opened. Oh, Sashman not ready to throw away his hand. Just, oh, well, he has the 5-2, so he is pretty ready to. He did posture for a moment like he was interested in sticking around. Levici's going to let it go too. And a raise and take it for Polanka, who gets his head just above the 20 big blind mark once again. $3.1x will soon put manners on them, says Castello69 in the chat. Yeah, well, yeah, that is one part of it, is that, you know, when you do go for that bigger sizing, you should probably get slightly more folds, and certainly more folds from the big blind, who's the one most likely to call you. The problem is that when you actually run into hands, as we've actually seen on this table quite a few times, it becomes much more wonky because you've essentially given away an extra big blind that you didn't have to. It's arguable whether 3.1ing made much of a difference in terms of like the range that would have played back than a 2.2. And yeah, and it's just more chips that have gone in that scenario. Of course, it does set up a slightly different risk reward, and it is interesting to see people experiment with different open sizes, and I think there is room for a spectrum of different options in poker. And I think some people play a sort of a big ball style, some people play a small ball style. But yeah, at this stage, with the amount of chips out there, if you're only going to 3.1x, you actually have to open fairly tight. If you open to 2.2x, you can open much looser. So, I would almost argue that the ace 9 is an open when you're happy to construct your range as a 2. Whatever small x. But it probably isn't part of an opening range when you want 3x. That's sort of how that goes. We see here that Alejandro Nannini has opened with the ace-jack suited. He's gone for a 2.5. Gunther Favre, who is in need of a spot, remember. Like to be getting in first with these twos with some fold equity. He knows he has no fold equity with the twos, so probably should let it go. He's still got 6.5 bigs. He's in late position. He'll have a few more hands where maybe he can get his 6.5 bigs in first with some fold equity. He might find a nice king high, a nice queen high, something like that. I would prefer that to reshipping the twos in this spot with no fold equity. I think it's just sort of a praying for a race type scenario, which is never particularly pleasant. Action fold to Sashman, who does have ace 10. So possibly a hand he may play back with. Nannini and him can play a relatively deep pot here. Obviously no one's playing super deep in this tournament anymore, but 26 big blinds deep is, some amount of depth. Sashman could go for a 3-bet fold here. Stacks would allow it. He usually goes for quite a small sizing, so that's interesting in itself. He could also go for a flat. Quite like the idea of flatting and using position if he is going to play it. He's actually let it go. Don't mind that either, I gotta say. Felt like one of those ones where you could go all three ways. And Nannini will get the raise through. So 40 players left, 5 tables of 8 in the room, an hour left of play. Energy levels definitely seem to have dropped. Money is creeping towards greater significance. At 35 people, everyone will have banked 2k. Curiously, Nannini giving some thought to this Jack 5 suited. He's certainly not been one of the players inclined towards stalling, so I do genuinely think he considered possibly a cheeky wide open there. Favre with King 2 suited. It's not the worst spot in the world. I think he should let it go, but it is a suited king. He does have 6.5 bigs, and the blinds are going to get him soon enough. I like the fold though. I think it's a stageable spot, particularly with his tighter image, but I prefer a fold. Lovici will raise it up here on the button with the ace 6 of clubs. You definitely consider limping the button off this stack, particularly with a range construction that would include a hand like ace 6 suited. It hasn't been his style though, so I assume we're going to see a pretty standard 2-point small X open from Lovici. He's tended to go smaller on his open. He's gone 250. Well, 250 is big enough, 2.5X here. Giuseppe Bruno in the big blind. Should defend with the 8-9 suited. That's what the book would say. See what Giuseppe Bruno says. Yep. Nice call from Bruno. And we will go to a flop here with two hands that are, you know, obviously, in the case for Bruno, the clubs are not live, but two hands that are basically flipping. Oh, and the clubs are going to get him in trouble. Giuseppe Bruno, part and parcel of the plan here is that if you make a club draw, you can get a little bit funky on that club draw. He's also got the 10 jack working for him. He's got the 6-7 working for him. So he's got the backdoors to go with the flush draw. Lovici could check back his no flush draw in this situation. It's an option. Probably more likely to see him bet small, maybe 180k, 200k. Yeah, he's going 175. We know Bruno's not going anywhere. The question is, does he raise? Turning his hand into a semi-bluff now, looking to shove turns. Or does he just call, try and hit that draw, which we know will not be good. Little does he know what he actually wants to hit is an 8 or a 9, or possibly a 6, 7, 10 or jack to give him some hope. He will be thinking the club is his card though. Thing is, if he calls on this board texture, hard for Lovici to fire out another shell on Queen 5-5 because Bruno can have a 5 in his hand. So sometimes it will go check, check, turn, and maybe the inferior draw in that scenario could bluff it on the river. So he has just gone for the call. That feels standard, to be honest. I like that. You don't have to, you know, bluff you at it quite yet. Oh, and it's a disaster. We are saying arrivederci to Giuseppe Bruno here. There is nothing he can do now. John Lovici has got him in big, big trouble. This is what 0% feels like when you think you might have 100%. It's a cruel, cruel world. Question is, okay, Bruno looks like he's going to lead out at this now. So he's actually leading out at the flush draw, which is maybe something you might do with some backdoor hands and rep the flush draw. No reason for Lovici to do anything other than call here. He might be now thinking that villain has a 5 and that he's got him. Obviously hoping he doesn't have 4-5. But Lovici has great visibility. He has position. He doesn't have to raise it here. He can call here and obviously snap off the river. And then he can bet the river himself if, for some reason, Giuseppe Bruno was to call. So definitely like a tank flat. And that looks like what he has counted out. It looks like he's counted out 600k. That is 500k. little bit of fidgeting here with the chips. Well, what we are witnessing here, guys, is two people engaging in some Hollywood, both of whom think they have a lock on the hand. We know the outcome here. We know Giuseppe Bruno can pretty much leave already. Maybe another club could save him. Maybe that's what happens. A queen or a 5 or a club, and maybe, just maybe, Bruno can escape with this 8.6 intact. That is not one of those cards. Bruno is going to take 20 seconds before shoving, and Levici's going to beat him in the pot. Is that a check? Got to be careful with those kind of finger works. You got to be careful with those finger works. And that is it. Giuseppe Bruno, sick to his stomach. Nothing he could have done on that run out. A pretty dirty board, it's got to be said, for him. I like his call pre. I like his call on the flop. Don't mind his turn lead either. Just a disaster, really, for Giuseppe Bruno there as he exits stage right. Levici, delighted with life. Remember, he got very unlucky with his pocket kings against King Queen all in earlier on. Was left with, I don't want to say fumes, but was left with less than 10 big blinds. He has spun right back up. At that point, he had just 500,000 in chips. He has considerably more right now. You see there, Levici now 4.2 million, 42 big blinds. A nice spot to be in with 38 players remaining. Maximilian Dunkel. Gonna raise things up from the button, 225. And Polonka has decided to make his move here in the big blind. No small blind in this hand, remember. So less risk reward. But Polonka just deciding, well, I think Dunkel, if the action had got to him, might have raised with almost everything. So I'm just going to put him to the test. Dunkel, he's probably going to call it off here, let's be honest. Polonka has shown himself to be capable and loose enough. And ace-9 is pretty tidy. He's beating a lot of hands that do this for value. I can see Polonka, you know, we see that he has a bluff with the 10-6 suited, and he's just decided to make his move. But I think you're going to see him make the same move with ace-2, ace-3, ace-4, ace-5, ace-6, ace-7, ace-8. So there are hands he dominates. He does let it go, though. Oh, my goodness, would you believe it? Polonka gets away with one. Dunkel, not willing to put his tournament life on the line with ace-9 in effectively a sort of blind v blind scenario, a button small blind missing versus blind scenario. I'm really surprised not to see, like, when you open the ace-9 there, you are inducing. You are simply inducing. You are hoping that the guy gets it in with king jack, king 10, all the worst aces. Yes, of course, he might have ace king and ace queen and ace jack sometimes, but there's a lot more hands that he'll do that with for value and semi-value that you're actually beating. And then, of course, we see there, he's also capable of throwing in the 10-6 suited. My goodness. Gotta say, I think a misstep there from Dunkel. Great opportunity to join the people sitting on 40 big blinds there. Yes, okay, in some worlds he goes home, but it feels way too high up your range to let go there. You are going to be opening the button with such a vastly wide range in that spot. Ace-9 is so high up. It's just surely got to be a call against further action. So Attila, aware that these blinds are coming towards him, and he's only got 8.5 bigs, and also they'll be going up again very soon. Feels like he must make his move. Gave some real consideration to the ace-2 there. Ultimately let it go. We've seen Sashman keen to play these suited connectors. Not so much the suited one-gappers, but the suited connectors he likes. Makes it 235k. So always a sort of a randomness to the open sizings from Sashman. We've seen him all over the map on these. Frank Polanka lets it go. And Hadji will probably let it go. So great result for Sashman. Opening the 6-5 suited, getting it through. And blinds are up, guys. So we are playing the last level of this evening. Means we will be finished here at 4:10 local time. 61-20. Virtually no chance of getting down to 27 people from here in 50 minutes. But there will be some bust outs. We will get fairly close. So at the pace of play we have been managing since returning, guys, we're probably looking at about 16 or 17 more hands. So 2 laps of the track remaining in day 2. As on the button, Frank Polanka, well, clearly likes any 2. Or in this case 4-2. Hadji, who has been utterly card dead, has blinded literally down from 2 million to 1 million. Nothing he could have done though, no hands he could have played differently. Alejandro Nannini, on the other hand, with a very attractive pair of Djangos here. If he could see Polanka's hand, he might flat. But we know he's going to 3-bet here. Polanka opening, big sizing from the button with the 4-deuce. I love a flat in this spot, guys, because in this situation, your kings are just not even going to be up against an ace-x hand a lot of the time. You can get a c-bet out of your opponent. You might even get him to c-bet when he has literal air. You can also get him to stick it all in with 25% equity on the flop. It's a great situation to win a big pot. But in this instance, well, he goes for the more conventional, maybe 3-bet with kings, and it does the job. Polanka a little bit frustrated there, having 3x'd and folded. Attila has been really hanging tough, it must be said. 8.5 big blinds. He has been, or not even 8.5 anymore. The blinds have gone up. 7 big blinds. He has been hanging tough all day. Almost out the door with the king queen earlier. Managed to spike 2 queens against the kings. But no hand since. He is back in the danger zone. Sub 10 bigs. Frank Polonka, well, he has been opening 3x and shown himself capable of folding, so this is a perfect situation to open 2.5 or 3x with a premium hand. Instead, he goes for the all-in option, shoving 15 bigs from the cutoff, taking out the opportunity that some might have to reshove light here. Now, Gunter Vavra, he is on fumes right now, guys. He's on 3.5 bigs. It's a disaster to look down at 5-3 in the big blind. He might feel like he's priced in. He might just feel like he has to. In the end, Frank Polonka shows the jacks. The 5-3 go in the muck, and poor Gunter Vavra is going to be playing the next orbit with 3 big blinds. Well, Hadji has been waiting patiently for even any semblance of a spot that he could get his chips in first with. King 9 offsuit in the cutoff for 8 big blinds. He might be tempted by this. Now, disciplined as ever, and fortunate that he did with the ace queen behind, we see. But Alejandro Nani is just, I don't know, putting in enough to cover the remaining stacks behind by the looks of things. Gunter Vavra with his 3 big blinds. He's going to have to gamble at some point. One more lap of the track for Gunter Vavra. Attila 85 lets it go as well. Quick show from Nannini. Probably bringing a smile to the face of Hadji. Who knows, had he taken that spot, he would have been an underdog. Still frustrating for Brahim though. He has played very well throughout this feature table, or 2 sessions of feature table. He had the King 9 suited, which was the optimistic play, which effectively isolated him against the short stack for a chunky pot. When he lost that pot, it sort of put him back on his heels, and he has had no spots since. Tournament poker can be a cruel mistress in many ways, sometimes with bad beats, but also sometimes with a horrid run of cards like the ones we've seen for him for the last 3 or 4 orbits. Terrible timing at this stage of a tournament to go card dead. Polanka with an openable king 10 off here. The question is, will he open it? No, in the muck. I like the fold. I did wonder if he would open it though. Hadji, Queen Jack in a worse seat. Sort of begs the question, why not the King 9 the previous time? Oh, interestingly, he has raised 2x off a 8 big blind stack. Okay, that's a bit different. Possibly giving himself to get away versus a lot of further action. In this situation, he's just going to have to flick in the extra big blind against Vavra. Everyone else is going to get out of the way. And Queen Jack is going to go to the races with Ace 7 here. Are we about to say goodbye to the disciplined, shall we say, Gunther Vavra, who has been quite the survivor here on the feature table? Or are we going to see a double up for Vavra and Brahim Hadji reduced to just 5 bigs? Oh, and an ace right away virtually closes the door for Hadji. He needs running queen, running jack, or a 10 will be the most fun card for sure. Oh, and he does it dirty. The dirtiest possible way. Well, Gunther Vavra will have been delighted to see that ace right away on the flop, but the cruelness of the 10 king turn river, a 2-punch to knock out Vavra and to give Brahim Hadji a much needed chip injection. He had been going all the wrong way for the last hour or so. Nothing Vavra could do there at the end, as he waits around now for his payout. And bids farewell to his former table mates, and almost walks into our cameraman as well. So just 7 players on this feature table. We may well, in the next couple of moments, bring you 2 more participants as we converge on 36. Until then, I think we will play 7-handed. Action on Attila here with the King 8 suited, more than good enough to get in here for his remaining 4.5 bigs. He's going to get it through Sashman. Will he get it through Nanini? Or sorry, Levici, I should say. He will. 8-2 suited. Great spot for Attila to pick up lines and antes. 300k. He so desperately needs. Adds an extra 50% to his existing stack. Huge spot to get that through with no showdown. He did have the best of it, of course. So roughly 30 minutes left in the day. And hopefully the period where we will be playing a little shorter handed will be a little faster. It's an opportunity to get a few more hands in. No two in a row for Attila. Action on Sashman with a wired pocket pair. He's definitely going to open things up. He's playing fairly deep with Levici. I think he's playing more than 20 bigs effective with both of the players in the blinds. Two quick folds. So Sashman extends his chip lead on this feature table. Back-to-back pocket fives here, this time in the hands of Alejandro Nannini. Nannini, who has been one to raise smaller amounts here. I reckon he's going to make this 250, 260. But it looks like he's underbet the pot there at 235. Min raise is 240. So we'll probably get a correction on that at some point. Nice try though to get in with the under raise. Gotta give him some love for that. And all in for Maximilian Dunkel, who looks down at the ladies. 1.5 million. He's got 12.5 bigs. Spot now for Alejandro Nannini. He's probably going to have to let this one go. It's close though. With a pocket pair, you know that there are a lot of unpaired hands that will go for this reshove, and you're conceding an awful lot of equity to those if you don't station off. Of course, the downside of that is there are plenty of pocket pairs bigger than your hand, and if you do happen to run into one of those, it's a bit of a disaster. As we see here, just 14%. So he needs to call off 1.3 million roughly to a pot of 3.3 million. You can do the maths quickly on that. He probably needs 38, 39%. He needs 38, 39%. He's trying to now put together a range that Dunkel will have. He might not. He might cap that range. He might take out the kings and aces from that range. Some frequency they might flat, try and trap him. So he might just be putting him on a range of sevens through queens, ace jack plus. He's got to work out, does he have 38, 39% against that range? I think the answer is probably no, but very close. I think there is always value in maintaining your chip position. He has 3.5 million right now. That does give him a few extra weapons with 30 bigs that if he suddenly was down to sub 20 he would not possess. And I'm not quite sure that adding those bigs, those extra 12 or 13 bigs, would give him a huge amount more weapons, given that no one else on the table really covers. That's a factor. The factor is, of course, that every chip in your stack becomes increasingly more important. Closer to zero you go. And then you want to also maybe factor in some sort of edge that he would perceive himself to have in this tournament. Perhaps he likes to have a 3 or 4% premium, 2 or 3% premium at this point to make a call. It's pretty close. It's pretty close. A genuine head scratcher as he scratches his head. Shaping like he's going to make this one a fold, and he does. And when he checks back in half an hour's time, when his day is finished, he will be very pleased to see that he made a very good decision from a results-oriented point of view in that moment. And we must be down to 36 because in come a couple of new players. Welcome to Thomas Fischer on your screen now. And I believe taking up the other seat is Thomas Thurer, both Germans. Thurer, who you're looking at right now, has 3 million. And Fischer, who was on your screen a moment ago, has 1.4 million. So they will be joining us for the next 20-25 minutes, or as long as they last. 36 players left now. We are probably going to lose another 3 or 4 before the day is out. But it does look like a long day for Dara O'Carney and co tomorrow, as we will be returning with 32 players. The blinds will be 81-60. And a fairly long day in store, I would suggest, to get us down to a winner. Straight away, Thurer with the wired pocket jacks. Interesting to see what his default open is. We obviously have seen a variety of open sizes at this table. Looks like he goes for 250. I like that. Attila desperate for a spot. I hope for his sake he doesn't perceive this as one. No fold equity with the twos. We had an identical situation not long ago where again there was no fold equity, and pocket twos and no fold equity is not a good combination because you are either dominated or flipping. Nonetheless, he is giving it some pause. My instinct is Attila will come to the right decision here and let this one go. I think he's grinded long and hard all day. It would be unbecoming for him to make a move right now in the last 20 minutes with a hand so ugly. Frank Polenka with the Jack 5-0. Inexplicably having a think about that one. And a quick fold from Brahim. Raise and take it for Thomas Thurer. He has just arrived to the table. In about 10 minutes time we will draw for last X number of hands. So sometimes at this point in the tournament, at the end of a day's play, you will notice players sort of like mentally counting, okay, well, it's usually 4 more hands, sometimes it's 5 more hands. Well, let's reverse engineer. Well, we want to be under the gun, so we get as many hands in without paying that dirty big blind ante on top of our big blind, because that's a costly one. So you're really trying to make sure that you end up under the gun 1. So you sort of reverse engineer, then you take that off the clock. You think, okay, 5 hands. So so you're probably feeling good if you're in the blinds right now. You probably think, okay, play 3 or 4 more hands, then get the 4 more hands, and then we can stay out of the big blind. That's definitely what's in the mind of some players who are taking it to the next level. In a tournament where the average stack is now probably 25 bigs, conceding 2 big blinds in a situation where you're the last person to pay the big blind and big blind ante is a disaster. It could be an enormous amount of equity. As we see here, Gianluigi opens up the pocket 10s under the gun 3, and Thomas Fisher immediately reships it with the ace jack suited. Can't blame him. It's going to be a snap off from Levici when it gets back to him, and we are going to the races here. Thomas Fisher's life on the line. He has just got to this table. This is the first hand he has played with meaning. Levici just double checking, as is his want. There's no problem about taking a few extra moments on this. You always want to just make sure the count is right. Don't want to make a stack size miscalculation and call off more than you want. Well, pocket 10s will be good enough for almost double the stack that Fisher has right now. So it's definitely good enough for Levici for 1.4 million. He makes the call. We are off to the races. Now, normally the pocket 10s would be a slight favourite, so I'm guessing with what cards we've seen, makes it not quite the case anymore. I assume that means just a 10 has been taken out of the equation. That mightn't be enough to do it. You might have to remove a 10, but then also remove an ace or a jack too. I don't recall. But let's view it as a pure race. Okay, well, backdoor diamonds. Still a possibility for Fisher. Oh, and an ace right away. Levici, a dagger in the heart. What a up and down session he has had. My goodness me, he has been 1.7 million, down to 0.5 million, up to 3 point something million. And now, with that body blow, back down to 2.5 million. Thomas Fisher, huge double up. Massive moment for him. He's just arrived at this featured table. No doubt he has been grinding away all day like everybody else. 36 players remain, and he is not going home just yet. In fact, he's just gotten back to a healthy 25 big blinds. "15 minutes now on the clock. Roughly 5 or 6 more minutes till we need to find out how many more hands we'll be playing. Button, as you can see, is on the 8th seat. So I would expect it to be on maybe the 6th seat for the final hand. One final orbit. One last race around the track for day 2 here at the France Poker Festival main event in Rozvadov. Is there a dramatic twist in the tale? Will Jean Levici, who has grinded up, grinded down, grinded back up again, and now just recently taken a body blow, will there be a twist in the tail for him? Will he finish the day on an upswing or on a downswing? Some great stories from today's play. Frank Polanka arrived here for the second session. He's shown some gears. Brahim Haji's had a topsy-turvy day as well. Got very short, spun it up with a couple of very well-timed semi-bluffs and bluffs. Has been really card dead since and grinding. Very much in grind mode since. Thomas Thurer. Can't speak to the kind of day he's had. He's just arrived to us. Those two men on screen have been providing plenty of entertainment. Sashman, another person who's had a roller coaster day. Played a lot of pots early on. Chipped up. Took some body blows. Got short. Took a couple of funky trap lines. Got rewarded both times. He looks to finish in the ascendancy as well. Plenty of storylines and story threads to be picked up by my good pal, my Chip Race co-host, my Unibet ambassador fellow, Dara O'Carney tomorrow. He will be guiding you, mentoring you through the end game of this tournament tomorrow. Sashman may be considering a cheeky steal from under the gun with the Jack-9. He thinks better of it. Brahim Haji, I think he might take this spot. 1.4 million, 11 a bit big blinds. It's a perfect kind of hand to put in with your as your light shoves here. You could shove this one in. It's very competitive against a lot of the calling range. If you do get called by a big overpair, it's the kind of hand that cracks it. If you get called by ace king, ace queen, you're not far off a flip. It's definitely the kind of hand that's nice to put into a shoving range off 11 bigs, I think. He's definitely considering it. Yeah, he does go for it now. As we know with Brahim, he doesn't like to put all the chips in the middle. He likes to almost put the chips in the middle, keep a few back. But he has virtually committed himself to this pot here with the 7-8 suited. I like it, gotta say. It may work out, it may not work out, but regardless, I do like the spot. It's proactive. It's exactly the right kind of hand to have in the mix. And it looks like it's going to get through. And as you see, a lot of hands that dominate it making the folds here. So again, showing the power of the 7-8 suited here to exploit. Attila in the big blind with the Queen 7 computer hand. Little does he know he's in great shape against the 7-8 suited. But there is no way he has grinded and grinded and grinded to stick it all in for 5 bigs with Queen 7 here as a call. I don't believe so anyway. You have the best hand, sir. He declares loudly, I have the worst hand, but we know that isn't the case. In fact, what an amazing, like, if he does decide, look, I think he has to fold that hand all day long. And I think Brahim would be well within his rights to feel hard done by had he been snapped off there. But Attila was not to know he actually had not just the best hand, but by way the best hand. Again, I really like how Hadji has played all day. The King 9 suited ISO shove move was a bit flashy, it was a bit fancy play syndrome, but you know, for the most part, he's played super solid, super well. Love his bet sizing, love his sort of game awareness, bit of psychological stuff going on as well. Really enjoyed watching him play. Oh, straight away, we have either a king or a jack exposed, so we're going to have to redeal this one. Can't have the first card show up. We see there, Attila 85, desperate for a spot before this day ends. He won't want to be coming back tomorrow with like 2 big blinds. One would assume, you know, if an opportunity arose, he would take it. The good thing for Attila is the blinds probably won't get to him again. So maybe, just maybe, he can sit there with his 5 bigs now. If he doesn't get a decent spot, he might get a good seat draw for tomorrow. He might get a good button draw and have a few extra hands to find a spot with those 5 bigs. So no need for panic stations, actually. He can basically just choose a good plus EV spot if it appears, and if it doesn't, he doesn't have to take one. Alejandro Nannini is going to go for a cheeky little open here with the Jack 7 suited in the cutoff, opening into some deeper stack players, and one player in Attila who he probably has to call off if he finds a hand, but you know, that doesn't mean that you don't go for it here. Jack 7 wouldn't be the worst hand to have to call off against that range, so you want to keep looking to steal those blinds, and that he does. Although Sashman may have something to say about that with the Ace 2 suited. Seems like the perfect hand to call. So these 2 big stacks are going to go at it here. Potentially a 6.3 million pot. If these guys were to find the right kind of board to put chips in. Sashman with the best hand right now, but Alejandro with position and the betting lead, and well, now top pair as well. As bad a board as Sashman could possibly have seen. Quick check back. I like the check back. I think you want to keep some top pair combos in your check back range. I mentioned this earlier on, and some of the better ones to do with are the ones that have back doors. So obviously club back doors, 8-10 back doors for the straight. Nice ones to check back and keep the pot small. He fires a little bet here on the turn. Smart to do so, obviously, when that extra heart comes as well. 1, to get value from some weaker holdings. 2, to charge the draws. Nicely played from Nannini. And nicely played from Sashman too, who absolutely should be defending the Ace 2, of course, in the big blind. But, of course, also cannot take any heat on that particular run out. So, I'm going to guess probably 4 more hands here, guys. Something in that region, 4 or 5 more hands. It has been a great pleasure to commentate on today's play. I must say I've enjoyed it thoroughly. A great way to spend my Sunday. Normally would be spent playing some poker, but it's always nice to mix it up by commentating some poker as well. The best of luck and congrats if it is due to Fintan Gavin, who I know is playing live poker today. Dara O'Carney, your commentator for tomorrow, came 13th in a live event. So you are in great hands there. Not only a man who can analyse endgame spots, but a man fresh off playing the endgame himself. Maximilian Dunkel here under the gun with the King Queen. He's got 16 bigs, 17 bigs. He's going to open it up, I think. Seems like the perfect hand to have a raise fold with. Oh, he doesn't. He likes a fold. So, fold from Dunkel, fold from Fisher. Action to Polanka, who's going to toss the Jack 2, we would assume. And I think the lad's being told there will be 4 more hands after this hand, or maybe 5 more hands after this hand. I couldn't catch which it was. So I think that will bring us up to hand 97 roughly. Yeah, so I think this one and 5. Attila has found a spot, a suited king on the button. This got through the last time. Sashman is going to let him get it through with the king 9. It's a pretty close one there with king 9. Ace 4 is definitely a snap. He is shoving less than 5 bigs. This is not a difficult decision. Levici just going to double check the count. He gets the news that it's 4.5 bigs. Easy decision, just 3.5 more for him. Getting very good price here. 550 to win a pot of 1.4. His ace stands to be good more often than it's not good. Attila with a 33% chance of survival. He has grinded and grafted all day, it must be said. Attila, you would not begrudge him a double up here. He was also a very fortunate man when he dogged Levici. So maybe Levici can put the man who almost spoiled his day to bed here. Some diamonds possibility. There's a 3. But it does bring an open ender. Plenty of outs there. Anyways, Levici can't believe it. There it is though. Levici does get the knockout blow. He makes it straight on the river. Levici, the man who held the pocket kings against the king queen of Attila earlier on. So no complaints from Attila there. He obviously did very well to get this far. He required some good fortune. He grafted well. He did nothing wrong with the king queen in that hand, of course. But he was fortunate to survive then. Unfortunate not to survive now. Levici, the man who was wounded by that hand, getting his own revenge. And in fact, that hand is inspiring everybody to recall the king's king-queen hand, as it often will do in those situations. Levici finishing the day on an uptick, you would think now. Still 4 more hands. Still an opportunity for a couple of big clashes here, but it has been a very entertaining evening's poker, it must be said. 4 a.m. now. Don't know what time it is where you guys are in the world, but this is a late night for me these days. I've been very glad to have been kept awake by such quality entertainment as the French Poker Festival main event comes to its denouement tomorrow. It has been fun taking you from 100 players out to what I assume will be 30 to 33 players remaining. A fun part of the tournament, it must be said. A period where ICM is not so big a factor, maybe a gently creeping factor, but not so big a factor. So players really trying to build stacks to make a push and a play for the big money tomorrow. A reminder that money First place will receive 89,900 plus a WSOP Europe main event seat. Second place will get 50,700 plus one of those seats. Third will get 35,600 plus one of those seats. Fourth will get 25,900 and a seat. Fifth will get 20,400 and a seat. Sixth will get 15,990 and a seat. And here's where it gets sticky. Seventh will get 12,250 and no seat. Eighth will get 8,650 and ninth will get 6,597. They will be the final table payouts tomorrow when Darragh O'Carney brings you through a field of, I assume, 30 or so players to that final table. Expect it to be very tippy-tappy, very cagey from final table onwards, because of course that is a big jump there from 7th getting 12,250 to 6th, when you include the package, getting effectively 17k, sorry, 27k. That is a 15k difference. So effectively 6th gets a good chunk more than double what 7th gets. That is a very significant moment in this tournament tomorrow. So watch out for all the interesting ICM implications of that as we watch the last couple of hands play out here. Bags looming. Players still fighting, energized by adrenaline and caffeine, taurine, and various other stimulants I won't comment upon. It's tough. End of 2 long days for these guys now. Big day ahead tomorrow. The key will be rest. The key will be some relaxation, maybe for an hour, maybe a little nightcap. Help you get to bed, help you get a good 6 to 8 hour sleep. Wake up as fresh as possible tomorrow for a very, very significant big day of poker for all of these guys. Remember, a 270 plus 30 buy-in, and they are playing for 100k up top. Maximilian Dunkel, easy decision for 2.4 million, all you can eat. And he's going to get the folds through, so there's going to be a very nice pickup here to go from 2.4 million to 3.1 million when he gets these folds through. Pretty beautiful spot actually to have woken up with that at the late stages. Nannini not giving any real consideration to this call, I don't believe. Would be very optimistic. There's definitely some flips in the range, but not. Is he going to show? He is going to show. Keep the image solid. Ace King. Ship over that 700k, please. Happily take that without showdown. Well, actually, now that he knows it was Ace Jack, probably not so much, but usually relieved you are exploiting some of the pairs with that big shove. There's just a couple more hands, guys. I want to say a huge thank you to all of you guys for stopping by tonight. I want to thank all of the team here in Rozvadov. We have a fantastic crew who put this entire setup together. They work very hard behind the scenes. It looks as though Levici, considering, no, thinks better of the cheeky open there. Thomas Fisher now at 2.8 million, 24 bigs. He's going to open things up with the ace queen suited. He might just shove here, actually. Polanka is the kind of guy who might pounce if he limps, so maybe that's what's happened. We don't have it on screen just yet. He is going to do it. Thomas Fisher's going to snap this off. There is no way he isn't inducing here. Polonka with the Jack 3-0. Wow. So it looks like Fischer made it 300k and Polonka has shipped with the Jack 3. I don't know what hand you want to have that's better than Ace Queen. I guess you want to have Ace King. I guess you want to have Queens Plus, but this is so tippy top right now. Like, honestly, Ace 8 is a call, so Ace Queen suited is a snap. We need to snap this, Thomas Fischer. It's a big moment. Nobody likes to be in a big showdown 2 hands before the end of a day. But you got to put your big boy pants on now, Thomas Fischer, and make this call. It's too big a spot. Frank Polenka has been at it a couple of times. He is certainly a man who is brave, is capable, who has made moves. He finished day 1 as chip leader. And now he is applying all the pressure on Thomas Fischer, who doesn't look comfortable, it must be said. Looks like a man who wants to fold, but sort of maybe feels like he can't because his hand is too good. And it really is too good right now. We're getting shouts of this is a slow roll from the chat. It kind of is, to be honest. I suppose it's what you would call a knit roll. I think it is a knit roll what we're watching. I think we're watching a man who deep down knows he has to call, but really doesn't want to be in a situation where he puts all of these chips on the line. In reality, 2.5 million is not that many chips. He's going to want to have a lot more chips than that if he wants to make a decent run at the final table tomorrow. This is an amazing spot to get those chips. Come on, Thomas Fischer. Here we go. He's building the courage. He's building up the courage. I think at this point, Polanka will be amazed by the hand. I think he's probably thinking he's trying to get Ace 8 to fold right now. That feels about right. Or maybe King Queen. You're thinking, oh, can I get King Queen to fold? Can I get Ace 8 to fold? Well, Thomas Fischer realizes that he had to do it. He had to put the big boy pants on. And now he's got to fade. You know, Jack 3 is going to win this hand a third of the time. Yes, the chat have got, well, what's been quite a silent chat, it must be said, for the best part of an hour, have come to life right now down the home stretch for possibly the last or second last hand. So far, so good for Fischer. Hard to see away from here. He needs the 2-5 Polanka. He needs to make 2 pair. Well, that's one way he can do it. 2 pair would not be a good hand for Fischer now. He does have the queen blocker, but one of those 3 other queens would do it. Not going to happen. Polanka lived by the sword, died by the sword. Made his big move right here at the end of day 2. Little bit kamikaze, it must be said, but probably the kind of play that gets him a lot of chips. Look, we see Thomas Fischer knit roll, like tank call the ace queen there. So we know he's going to get him to fold ace 10. We know he's going to get him to fold ace 10. So maybe he picked the right guy, but just happened to be just too far up his range. What a nit, says everybody. Look, he was a nit, but, you know, he got to the right decision in the end. As I said, I think he had the demeanor of a man who looked like he knew he had to call, but really didn't want to call. He finally got to the right place. He will be super relieved to have held, because it's always gross when you are that type of mentality. You don't want to get your chips in, and then when you do, you get dogged. He didn't get dogged. He's now got a very big stack to take into day 3 tomorrow, and he's given himself a real chance at going deep in this tournament. He's got to show a little bit more courage, it's got to be said, if he is going to win this tournament tomorrow. But he's given himself every chance now. As we see there, the average stack well over 3 million right now. Sashman opening it up with the ace jack here on the penultimate hand. Looks like this one's going to get all the way around. Brahim Haji's not going to perform any heroics here, or dare I say more kamikaze stuff like we just saw in the last hand with the jack 5. And he's going to give a little show here, Sashman. So he's chipped up nicely there. He's up to 3.8 million. And final hand, guys, last hand of the night. As I said, it has been an absolute pleasure commentating on this. It's been a fun day. I've really enjoyed Sashman. I've really enjoyed Hadji. I've really enjoyed Finici. I think there's been some really good poker played. There's been some nitty poker. There's been some poker I've criticised over the day. But overall, it has been thoroughly enjoyable. 2,254 players. Well, probably not 2,254. 2,254 bullets fired by I don't know how many players. But credit to them for putting together what has ended up being a huge prize pool. We've gone from 2,254 players down to 32. And we will go from 32 down to 1 tomorrow with Dara O'Carney on the mic. Last hand before the boys bag up here. Full fold. Levici's out of there. He's going to bag up 3.4 million. Dunkel's going to bag up 3 million. Fisher's going to bag up 5 million almost. Brahim Hadji. Oh, okay. Blind v blind. He has a spot. He could go for this here with the suited 2-gapper. In fact, I imagine he might do. I imagine he might just go for this. This is the kind of hand that might play well against the calling range and can exploit a lot of other hands. No, it looks like he's limped. Okay, we're playing some post-flop poker potentially. Nani could ship it in here. 1.3 million effective, that's about 11 bigs. Nani has raised. That sort of removes the option for Hadji. I think he's going to fold for this 300k here. 2.5 more bigs. He forfeited half a big to try and get in there, see a flop, maybe take a stab with the 7-4 suited. It has not worked out. Brahim Hadji, unless he goes for an audacious play here, trying to get his opponent to 3.5x fold off an 11 stack. That is the end of the day, guys. Nani has finished with a nice little pickup there. He'll get up to close to the 4 million mark as well. Don't know if there's any bust outs in the final minutes on the other tables, but we are going to end play for the day right there. 32, maybe 31 or 30 players, depending on what's taking place on the outer tables. Here come the bags. And there we see Brahim Hadji pulling up the rear, 10 big blinds, 1.3 million. He will try to make a big move tomorrow. Thomas Fisher, top of the pops there, 38 big blinds after his brave, nitty, but ultimately brave decision to call it off with the ace-queen a moment ago. 4.7 million in the bag for him. Alessandro Nannini, we have seen him for this second session as well, climb his way to 3.5 million. It has been a pleasure, guys. It has been really, really enjoyable spending time with you. Thanks again to all the crew here at King's. Thank you to all the chat. Good luck to Dara O'Carney tomorrow. Wish you all the best.